Good morning, everybody, and welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 meeting for December 5th, 2023. It's 9:32. I'd like to call this meeting back to order. And we are on Annex Z of our agenda package this morning. So Round 1 budget proposal, Function 310, public transit. And let me get there myself. First up, we have item number 1 on page 563, which is a base budget increase for the AOA, funded from a combination of taxation and BC Transit recovery and fare revenue. Directors, any questions or recommendations? Director Bax?
Has there been an update on the status of BC Transit's approval and funding of the expansion for our transit system?
Thank you, Chair, and thank you for the question. So the process begins with us signing our MOU in the fall, and then that allows BC Transit to gather all the MOUs and the financial implications of all the expansion across the province and submit their request to the province for their budget consideration. So when the province delivers their budget, which is typically, I believe, end of February, beginning of March, that's when we'll know about any expansion. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Director McMahon?
Yes, I would like to move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I've got a seconder. Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? This is voting B, D, E, F, District of Sechelt, Town of Gibsons, and SNGD. If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. All right, moving on to item number 2 on page 565, which is 2024 Transit Expansion Priorities 1.46 FTE. I believe this is one of the ones that should be deferred to round 2. If it would so please the director to move that for me. Moved, seconded. All those in favor? That's carried. And item number 3, Transit Operations and Driver Support, additional FTE request. I believe, yeah, this is also to be deferred. However, I see a mover and a seconder. Directors, are there any questions about this before we send it off to round 2? Which I forgot to ask about the last one, so. Director McMahon?
If I remember vaguely, BC Transit doesn't cover our transit supervisors. They don't consider that an operating cost? Why don't they fund our transit supervisors?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So, no, that is incorrect. They do consider, right up to the manager, they do fund portions of those positions. In this particular circumstance, we haven't negotiated this into the agreement at this point, which is why you see it funded at 100%. However, we have started conversations with BC Transit and have been in those conversations for a couple months, and they are fully anticipating that we'll be coming forward to talk about our support structure, especially after we get the results of the organizational review. So they are anticipating, if this is supported in round 2, that they'll hear from us and we'll try to begin to incorporate some of this into our AOA. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. I don't see any other hands up. I'll call the question then. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have item number 4. Or did I skip one here? No, we're good. Okay. Item number 4, free transit for youth, 28,850 from taxation. This is being recommended to be referred to round 2. I'm just wondering if you could speak to that.
Certainly. Thank you, Chair. I recommended it go to round 2 because I don't believe that the board has adopted the recommendations of the committee of the whole. I don't believe that happens until December at your board meeting, which is why we thought maybe round 2 was the place to confirm if the board approves the recommendation of the committee. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, so if we are referring this to round 2, then I think I don't want to get into the discussion of the merits or non-merits of the proposal. So I'm going to move that the following budget proposal be referred to round 2.
And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? No? I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Number 5, transit vehicle replacement. On page 569, Director Bax.
Keep things moving here. I'd like to propose that this be approved and incorporated into the round 2 budget.
Thank you, Director Bax. Do I have a seconder for that? And I do. Director McMahon?
Yes, are we going to track our reduced costs? Because I quite often see budget proposals that say that one of the benefits is that we're reducing costs, and then I don't see how much we reduce the costs by. So, and this, I don't know if you know this, but since we're now transitioning our fleet, are we going to see what the impact is of that in our operating costs long-term?
Good question.
Through the chair. So right now, we don't have a way of managing corporate fleet. Everybody manages their own fleet individually. That is one of the intents of the corporate fleet strategy. So, of course, each individual budget should see through budget expenditures as compared to what is budgeted. If theoretically, there should be a decrease. So at some point in time, we should be able to go into the financial situation and be able to pull this information, but that will have to be done individually and manually because we don't have a corporate fleet strategy at this point in time. Thank you.
But I believe we do have a corporate fleet transition plan or strategy, and hopefully that would have a portion of it that is a reporting back on the success of the, I haven't looked at it closely enough to know, but I
Thank you.
hope we hear back.
All right. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Oh, opposed? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. And that concludes Annex Z. Thank you. Next up is Annex AA, starting on page 571, which is fleet maintenance. And so we've got item number 1 on page 571, which is fleet on-call compensation. And is this one that's recommended to be referred to round 2 or no? Okay. So this one is looking for decision, directors.
I see it's funded by internal recoveries, and I'm confident that this is a good financial management, that this is a higher priority than whatever's being recovered to do it. So I'll move that it be approved and integrated into the budget.
Thank you, and I've got seconders for that. Any other questions before I call the question on this? And this is voting all directors. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And that concludes Annex AA. Moving on to Annex BB. Thank you, Manager Kidwai. Port Services. This is voting B, D, E, and F. First up, we have item number 1 on page 573, Annual Repair and Maintenance Budget Lift. And directors, any questions, recommendations? Director Stanford?
Thanks. Is this enough? I looked at the numbers and I'm just, I'm assuming the recommendations is accurate, but I'm assuming also that it's based on the same schedules and I'm concerned at how long the schedule is to manage the dock repairs on an annual basis. But other than that, I think it's really important that we keep this going. Not really a question, more of a comment.
All right. Director Gabias.
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm wondering how this proposal fits in with the recently approved contract for inspection?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So the contract that we have is about inspections and 3 or 4 annual work that will be done on each dock. This is about actual repairs. So we get a storm, a float blows off, its moorings, that's probably not the right way to say it. We need to go out and we need to repair it. So this is about actual repair and maintenance, which is over and above the contract. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
Yeah, I wonder if there's another funding source that we can use to augment this other than taxes. I know that our gas tax has gone towards helping to repair one of the docks, and I was wondering if that's a possibility to change the funding model to save the taxpayer a couple dollars.
I don't know that gas tax could be used on something like this. I think this is just sort of intended as repairs and maintenance. Gas tax is intended for larger capital works, right? It's not,
So if it falls down, then we can use gas tax. But if it needs to be fixed, if it needs to be maintained, we can't.
CFO?
Yeah, essentially, operational costs are excluded. It's very clear in the agreement, but it has to essentially be a significant capital asset to be considered for community works funds.
Director Stanford?
If there's no other comments, I'd like to approve the budget as recommended and move it to round 2.
You're looking to approve and incorporate? Okay, thank you. And I saw a seconder for that, so I don't see any other hands up. I will call the question, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, item number 2 on page 574, major capital projects. So 215,000 funded from reserves with the caveat that it be recommended to move to round 2. So would somebody like to make that motion, Director McMahon?
I'd like to make that motion.
Okay, and I have a seconder for that. Are there any questions or discussion about this item before we send it away? Director Bax.
Is this somewhere we can spend our gas tax money?
So thank you for the question. Currently, I believe the funding source that's been identified for this is capital reserve, so not taxation. If there's a different source of funding that the board wants to consider, I'm sure that the CFO can answer that, but it's capital reserve right now. Thank you.
Sure.
So where do the reserves come from?
I think,
My understanding is the reserves come from taxation. Is that not so?
how are the port's capital reserves accumulated, I think is the question that Director Bax is trying to ask.
Yeah, so essentially they are generally through the taxation. This particular budget proposal, I believe, is a top-up for funding for multiple projects. So we could come back to round 2, assess what all of the projects are, what locations they are, and propose some alternative options for funding.
And Director Bax, if you look at the bottom of page 575, you can see the reserve balance there and the impacts for the year 2024. Director McMahon?
So in theory, the capital renewal plan, which is coming our way, could influence these repairs.
Thank you for the question. So I'll just maybe provide some background. So these projects were actually approved several years ago for 4 specific ports. Due to capacity and then COVID, and I believe there was also a grant application in to see if we could top up the funding. The grant was not approved, so these projects have not moved forward. And what the major inspection reports that we've had completed this year confirm is that these are critical items and need to be done. So because they're so old, we are anticipating that the budget that was approved will not be enough. So one of the reasons we're referring it to round 2 is that we currently have an engineer working on detailed design and updating the cost estimates and also prioritization. We'd be able to bring that back, but these are very specific to specific ports and repairs. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Stanford.
I move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2024 round 2 budget proposal.
Appreciate the enthusiasm. I already have it on the floor to refer this to round 2.
Great, sorry.
That's okay. But that being said, I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of Annex BB. So next up, Annex CC, Recreation Facility Services. A little bit of staff shuffle going on here, but starting with item number 1 on page 577, Recreation Facilities Needs Assessment and Business Case. $100,000 funded from operating reserves. Any questions or recommendations, directors? Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. General question, not necessarily related to this one. Will we have recommendations as to how we can spend the Growing Communities Fund? Like how, when is that going to come into play? And how can we use it?
Good question. Look to the CAO.
We've had some discussions at this, thank you for the question. We've had some discussions at the staff level, not detailed, but the idea being that we recognize is probably a good opportunity to sit down between senior staff and the board to talk about how these funds could be used. There's many eligible projects that might be, sorry, I got to turn on my camera. There's many projects that could potentially be eligible for the community growth funds, just like the community works funds. Langdale Wellfield comes to mind. So I think the short answer, to shorten it, would be we should schedule a workshop to discuss it and come up with some plans for how we might utilize those funds in a collaborative way.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I assume that if this passes, we're going to see more on this subject. Like, I am not a big fan of the 2013 plan. To me, it reads like a consultant from Metro Vancouver was parachuted into the Sunshine Coast, using a lot of parameters that may make sense in urban settings, but don't necessarily reflect the realities of the Sunshine Coast. And so I noticed that it says using existing staff. So does that mean we wouldn't hire a consultant? Will we see more details about the process to renew our master plan?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. For greater clarity, this isn't about renewing the master plan. This is about actually very specifically looking at our 4 recreation facilities and the future of those facilities. We know we have 2 aging facilities, and we know we've got decisions that we need to make about our rec facilities. So it's not intended to update that master plan. We'll use that master plan and other plans that we have to inform. But this is really about a specific targeted conversation. The funds that you're being asked to approve will fund a number of things. So we will be using existing staff, but some of those staff require the funding. So we're going to use some of our strategic initiative staff. So we need to be able to fund those positions. So we're not seeking FTE, but we are seeking funds to support staff. There's funds in there to hire consultants to do, whether it's a business plan or public engagement. So there's a variety of different things that encompass that 100,000, with the final intent is to come back with a report on what to do about our 4 recreational facilities. Thank you.
Follow-up, Director McMahon? Okay. Director Inkster?
Yeah, thank you. I'm glad that GM Gagnon reminded us and/or focus the discussion on the 4 rec facilities, because when I see the proposal originally, I thought it was a parks master plan that included the parks, which obviously Seashelt and Gibson's are not part of, but this is specific to the 4 facilities. I look forward to that discussion. I think we're going to need some time when that information comes forward to us to look at the 4 facilities, 2 aging, 2 new ones, 1 new one with some substantial work that in a sense we've approved, with adding a junior team that will happen. So what do we do with the other new facility at the same time? That's something that we need to talk about as a board, about equity in terms of the facilities in the community. And I know that GM Gagnon's well aware of the equity issues that will come up when we do any facility, when we look at 4, 2 aging and 2 existing, and what we do if we make changes to one, do we make changes to the other? Thank you.
Director Lee?
I think I answered my own question. I don't believe Area A is in this function. Yeah, thank you.
Correct. And Director McMahon?
Right. Not denying that we need to figure out what to do with our facilities. That's pretty obvious. What's the kind of timeline on this? How long do we think it would take to put together a plan and do the community engagement? Could it maybe go into the next term? Just
Go ahead.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I think I'm reading between the lines here. Really, this is at the purview of the committee to make a recommendation on when you think this should happen. All I can suggest is that we know within the next 3 to 5 years, we have significant capital funding for these facilities. And so the longer we delay this conversation, the closer we get to that sort of crux of the conversation is, do we continue to reinvest in aging facilities, or are we going to do something different? So could it be delayed for another year? The answer would be truthfully yes. However, it just begins to squeeze us on the other end in terms of those aging facilities and the money that will be anticipated to continue to keep those operational. Thank you.
Go ahead.
And how does this fit in with the renovations to GAC that are going to happen associated with the junior hockey team?
Thank you, and that's a great question. As per past staff reports, this has been rolling around for a couple of years, so I appreciate the opportunity to remind everyone. Those improvements at the GAC that are being proposed by the junior team and the society are not, it's actually enhancements. So they're not necessarily things that we require to operate the facility. They would not be considered critical capital. An example of that would be the benches, the seating. So what would enhance the spectator experience, what would also better enable the sale of tickets, would be bucket seats. But are they required? Are they a critical item for the operation of the facility? I would suggest no, but they are important for the sustainability of the team as they sell tickets and generate revenue. Another example would be a media platform. Is that required for the facility? No. Is it required for the junior team? Yes, in terms of their webcasting. So they're not capital requirements to the building. They're enhancements to the building. Thank you.
Thank you. Carry on.
The use of the property that we have that GAC is on, the parking is already constrained. There has been discussion at various times of maybe building a pool adjacent to the ice rink, which probably should have been done in the first place, but never mind. So would this plan look only at the facilities, or would it look at the bigger question of, like, what land do we own? What can we do on the property that we've got? Where do we run into constraints?
Thank you for the question. Defining the scope will be an interesting piece of this project. But I would suggest that one of the pieces we've identified is we do need to look at trends. We need to look at what's happening with our sport groups. Are the membership increasing? Is the use increasing? What's happening with the population? What's happening with the sports themselves, recreation use, so that it begins to inform what we might want to do differently. So I don't know if it will get into the specifics of land identification, but it might infer that a business case might suggest that commingling facilities has a business case behind it in terms of efficiencies that could be found. How that might play out in terms of a high-level concept, I could see through this report, but getting into the detail, I don't think will come out of this. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax?
Yeah, I imagine that this endeavor will include some type of public engagement to gauge how the public's going to, what it is that our constituents want. And I was wondering if you could touch on how you think that's going to look like. What's our public engagement?
What does our public engagement process for a project like this typically look like?
Yeah, that's a good question.
Thank you, Director Bax.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. I would suggest that a public engagement strategy will be one of the things that we need to develop when we launch this project. There is specific, as I mentioned before, in terms of the dollar value that you're being asked to approve, it includes public engagement. We would anticipate that we would be not just engaging the general public, but also our user groups. So it would be a fairly robust engagement. Exactly how we would do that would be part of what we need to develop as we launch this project. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Me again, yes. I totally agree we need to do this. How long will it take? Like, is this a project that you really think we could do in 2024, or are we just starting it and it's going to take a while?
Thank you. I think the honest answer to that is we won't even be able to launch it until at least Q2, until the budget is approved. There's varying parts of this, so I don't anticipate it will be done by the end of 2024, but if we don't start it, it's going to be just, another year later. So I anticipate this takes us into 2025, and what we really want to be in a position to, by deliberating the 2026 budget, 2026 plus budget, we want to be in a position to be able to make some long-term plans. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Inkster?
I think the board should be prepared. This is going to be a long process. It took about 7 years to go from discussion of 2 additional facilities to 7 or 8 to the construction of those facilities. So this is going to be a lengthy process that we want to pay close attention to. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. I also agree that we need to do this. I wish we had already done it because we do have some really expensive items in the recreation facilities already. So I will move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2024 Round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder? I do. Thank you. I see hands up. Are they residual? Thank you. Any other questions or comments, directors? Okay, I will call the question then. All those in favor? And opposed? Myself? But the motion is carried. Oh, Director McMahon, you're opposed as well? Okay, the motion is still carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2 on 579, ICE operations budget alignment, 0.65 FTE. Is this one that's recommended to be referred to round 2? It is. Directors, any questions, or Director McMahon?
Well, I was just going to move that we refer this to round 2.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. Any questions or discussion before we send it away? All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Item number 3 on page 580, Gibson's and Area Community Center facility upgrades, junior hockey, project leadership, also has an FTE associated with it, also recommended to be referred to round 2. Directors, any questions or discussion on this before somebody makes a recommendation? Or would somebody like to make a recommendation? Director White?
I'm just wondering if prior to round 2, a different model for this funding could be considered at all. I mean, when I hear about a media platform and bucket seats, like, I mean, as acknowledged in the proposal, these aren't necessary core items for our facility, a recreational facility, with the absence of junior hockey needing them. When we require consultants to support development in local government, we usually ask the developer to pay for them, even if we're hiring them. I'm wondering if a model like that could be considered here, if it already has been and proposed. I mean, it's interesting to me too. I've never heard the society or the ownership requests that any of the local governments would need to take on staffing or expenses in order to support this. So I don't know if those discussions have been happening in private or if those are my questions. Yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for the opportunity to elaborate a little bit. So the enhancements that are proposed will still need to come back to the board at some point in time because there are implications from a long-term capital perspective and long-term costs associated with the improvements that are being proposed. So we're still waiting to work through those details and get confirmation on when those enhancements are going to occur and exactly what goes first, et cetera. So as well as confirmation that the society has the required funding to do the proposed upgrades, to which they would be hiring a contractor to do the upgrades. What I'm proposing here is that based on what's happened over the last year and based on what we know will occur with someone else in our building, is it's going to also require time of staff. It will require us to be monitoring those projects. We will need to review drawings to make sure that they have considered our needs in the building, that we're not overloading our electrical capacity. We're going to have to enter into agreements with them around the construction. We're going to have people in and out of our facility. We're going to have staging. So someone is going to have to be managing that and overseeing that work, and we don't have that capacity right now. So that's what this proposal is about. It's one-time funding to have someone oversee that and and making sure that the SCRD's interests are being protected in the long run. I think the question that I hear being asked is who should fund that? Should that be the SCRD or should that be the society? So up until this point in time, all of the reports that I have put in front of the committee/board have suggested that the SCRD will carry its own costs. If the board would like a different model to be considered, that would be a conversation that I would need to go back and have a conversation with the society about, because we haven't had that conversation to date. We also haven't got into details on who actually is going to be procuring the work. An initial conversation several months ago was that the society wanted to do that because there could be efficiencies, economies of scales, things that they could achieve that might not be achieved through our public procurement process. So at this point, conversations have been at a very high level, but that has kind of summarized where they're at. So really the question is, does the board want to take on this management themselves, or do they want to go back to the society and suggest that that's part of the society's costs that need to be incorporated? Thank you.
Director Bax?
I just wanted to say that I really, I'm empathetic of Director White's remarks. It's it's an interesting thing that we're getting ourselves into. I know that junior hockey is going to be an economic plus for the Sunshine Coast, and it is going to help to raise our profile. And I hope that it'll help the entire coast get together behind it. And yes, it is going to cost us money, and who's going to pay for it? That is a good question. I just wanted to. Can I move this to? Can I refer this to round two?
Yes, you certainly can.
I
This is
will.
item number 3 on page 580.
Item number 3 on page 580, I am willing to refer it to the 2024 round 2 budget.
Okay, and I've got a seconder for that. Director White? Any, did you want to
I
comment?
guess I'll propose to amend that with a request to explore cost-sharing opportunities with the society.
Okay, do I have a seconder for that amendment? Okay, thank you. I see a number of hands up. Are any of them to the amendment? No? Director Inkster?
Yeah, I mean, I'm okay with that, to have those discussions with a group that has a number of upfront costs in order to create the team. So those will be interesting discussions, and I'm sure staff has touched on it with the group that's putting the team together, but they see those as probably extraneous costs. And so I'm okay with the amendment. I will support it just because it's exploring. But I will tell the board once again that just to be ready, there's going to be some extra costs. If we've ever been in other communities with arenas for junior teams, and we seem to be one of the last communities of our size, if you take into account the Sunshine Coast population, to go down this road of having a higher level hockey presentation and availability to our youth to maybe progress to that level to play on those teams, which is great. They incur some costs in those communities, and that includes bucket seating, that includes upgrades to concession stands. That includes looking at 2 or 3 concession stands instead of the one that we have, just because it's about revenue for the franchise, so that they continue. Platforms, media platforms, I'm assuming that means camera platforms. I'm not really clear, but it may mean couple of camera platforms, maybe 3, and they have to be built properly. So those are costs, but it means that at the end of the day, the GAC will be a much better facility for a number of different presentations and events. Thanks.
Thank you. Director White?
I appreciate Director Inkster's knowledge of other communities and that have gone through this, and other junior hockey communities in British Columbia. And I know staff has also been doing work to compare to other situations, because we've heard some information in past reports about rates and things like that in comparison to other communities. So I'm just hoping that in this exploration of cost sharing, perhaps that exploration could include seeing how this played out in other communities when it comes to who paid for things like media platforms and platforms for cameras. And I mean, if it was something that, and I know completely, I mean, including the management of that as well, not just the actual capital costs. I'm wondering if that could be part of the exploration in seeing how this, the cost sharing worked in other communities.
Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair, if I may. I will suggest that we already know that. In most, if not all cases, but most for sure, the communities actually do the owner of the facility does the upgrades. So that's a fairly common model. Now, most times it's because it's done in conjunction with that facility and the facility upgrades and the timing, et cetera. So it's a little discombobulated, this one, right? Because they jumped at an opportunity that doesn't come up very often. Did it align with our timing and our planning? No, but sometimes they don't. So, you know, we have mentioned all along that there's expenses. This is a nonprofit organization that's already going to have to raise significant funds to cover the costs of the enhancements. And Director Inkster is correct. You know, and I want to say it's going to benefit more than just the junior hockey. It's going to benefit all of our user groups, and I think that that's an important piece to note. So it's really it's a difficult decision in terms of who has to fund it. But I will, to answer the question, in many cases, the local government or the owner of the facility has been hand in hand with those improvements and cost. Thank you.
Thank you. Director McMahon to the amendment?
Yes, I support the amendment. I'm concerned about the long-term risks to the organization and cost to the organization because it may benefit user groups or the economy, but they're not the people who are paying for this. It is the taxpayers who are already looking at the very first cut for Area E, 20% tax increase. And so I have a hard time taxing my low-income taxpayers for hockey. Just saying so.
Thank you. Director Inkster, I see your hand up to the amendment.
Yeah, of course. Going forward, we may have to consider sponsorship opportunities. And you may need to give a name to certain parts of the arena. I'm just telling this board that this is what happens when the taxpayer, in a sense, is overburdened, in a sense, or says, why wouldn't somebody from the business community step up and sponsor this? But that's the trade. You put your name on, you get sponsorship. And so that could happen. It's happened in other communities. We may see it with GAC. You may see pieces sponsored and or going forward a turf field. So it's not speaking to your amendment, but I'm telling you where we're going, is we're going to probably have to look at sponsorship opportunities for sports facilities for youth and adults. Thanks.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to call the question on the amendment first. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. So now we have an amended motion on the floor. Any further discussion on that? I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Okay, moving on to item number 4, Sunshine Coast Arena water well investigation. This one is being requested to be referred to round 2 because it has FTE implications. Any questions or discussions before we do that? Director Gabius.
Well, I guess if we're referring this to round 2, I'll keep my comments for round 2. Or should I spill the beans now? Well, because we just approved let me just pull the recreation facilities needs assessment and business case. And I'm wondering if we should not wait for this to be done before we go into projects like this. I do understand we should use non-potable water. That would be the best way forward, but it is an aging facility. We don't really know yet what the future is for it. And with the meters coming, Church Road online, I'm wondering if now is the right time for this. I'll just put it down there and we can revisit round 2 if.
Okay, thank you. Director White?
I'm concerned about the viability of this just because it's been kicking around for so long. And I mean, it was one of the very first discussions we had as a board over a year ago now. And I mean, it says, I guess, I accept the cost to reactivate the well is unknown, but is this just a really, really massive obstacle? Are there big obstacles to this, or it's just I'm I'm concerned that this is something that's been kind of speculated for a long time in the community that this can be done, but we're not getting very far with it, it seems. So I mean, and I accept that maybe this is a step to finally do it, but I'm just wondering if there are. I don't want to go down this road and find out that there is no viability. Just what's the risk of that?
Thank you for the question. There is a risk of that. And I can't tell you there isn't, because there is. All we know is that the well is capped. The well is no longer licensed. We don't know much beyond that. So this is really that investigative work to for us to even understand whether it's a viable option or not. But there are lots of risks associated with it, including the answer might be no, it's not viable.
Thank you. I'm going to go to Director Bax because I saw him visually raise his hand, so go ahead.
Well, you know, the morale of staff in mind, I would like to propose that this be abandoned.
Not just deferred to 2025 or pending
Not
something
just-
else?
No, we haven't abandoned anything yet, so I'd like to abandon this.
Okay.
It can always come back in another year if somebody wants to bring it up,
Okay.
right?
Do I have a seconder for that? I don't have a
No
seconder for that. Sorry, Director Bax. Director Inkster.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. We really don't historically know why they capped it. Perhaps it was the fact that the regional water line came into the neighborhood when they opened up the shores, et cetera, and decided to put potable water and the water they used for the ice, which doesn't necessarily need to be potable, through the regional system rather than to try to go through the well system. And I'm not 100% sure. I mean, Alan may know something about this. I'm not sure exactly, but we do need to look at options with that arena, and we just have to keep in mind that if in fact we don't look at options, we may see user groups here again in the fall soon, asking for us to open up water for those ice surfaces. So that's a challenge, as well as when you consider the age of the facilities. If in fact you don't continue to utilize that arena, I'll use a different word for what that means. You have all the user groups, and including minor hockey, et cetera, trying to go into the Gibsons arena. And as far as I know, it's fairly well used. So there's lots of balls in the air on needing water for a facility that still gets use. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
We are about to investigate water sources in West Sechelt. Given that we own this property, is it possible that this will be identified as one of the sites to look for water? And if it's, so could we build this into our water investigation instead of doing it separately?
You actually leased this property from the district to Sechelt, but just wanted to clarify that. But
Dusty Road, right?
thank you, guys. Did you want to address? Thank you. Go ahead.
Thank you, Chair. So staff did have conversations with our infrastructure team, and this is why, and we determined this was a separate request. So there might be economies of scale that we can gain by doing them together, but this is something separate, and that was discussed with staff. Thank you.
Thank you. GM Rosenboom, was there anything you wanted to add to this particular item?
Thank you, Chair. The only thing I can comment is that we indeed have no information about as well, but on the January 11th meeting, January 25th meeting of the COW meeting in January, there will be a presentation about additional well sites, and one of them is most likely be located somewhere in West Sechelt. So there might be an opportunity there to align or use that well for the arena as well, to be determined.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
I'd like to move that this be referred to round 2 budget.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Director Inkster on the motion to refer to round 2?
Yeah, that's
Okay.
More discussion,
Okay.
because West Sechelt isn't.
CAO McKinley?
Just checking, and maybe I missed it with the conversation. Was there not a motion for abandonment, and did that motion get voted on? There wasn't a motion?
Didn't get seconded.
Oh, okay, perfect. Yeah, I missed the sequence, so I was just checking in. Okay.
No, thank you very much. There's a lot of
Seconded?
moving balls going on here, so it's all good.
He wants to second your motion.
Okay, I'm going to call the question on referring this to round two. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 5 on page 582, Sechelt Aquatic Center heat pump replacements. Director Bax.
I move that this be approved and incorporated into the 2024 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. Thank you. Recognizing, 188,500 being funded from local government climate action program. So it's a good news story and source of funds that aren't taxpayer based. Director Bax. I'll call the question. All those in favor?
No, I'm good.
Okay.
There's only one taxpayer.
Carried. Thank you. Number 6 on page 583, 2024 contract increases for facilities, 45,400 funded from taxation. Directors, Director Bax, I see your hand up. Is that residual?
I'd like to move that this be incorporated and approved and incorporated into the 2024 budget as well.
Do I have a seconder for that? I do have a seconder for that. Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? Director White?
Just a technical question here. Usually when we do agree to service agreements like mid-year, which I guess I take it this was an extension in 2023, we move to incorporate them into the future financial plan. But it seems we're doing this during budget this time. So was that just how did it work this time?
Gagnon?
Thank you, Chair. I believe you're talking about one particular contract. At the time, we needed an opportunity to see if we could fund it through current operational budgets, and we didn't want to do a financial plan amendment halfway through the year, so we decided to bring it forward in this budget period.
Thank you. Any other comments? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of recreation. Thank you very much. What? Did I miss?
Well, there's just
Okay, my apologies. Takes us to the end of that annex.
that is correct.
Okay, we'll do Annex DD and then we'll take a short recess. Okay. So Annex DD, which is round 1 budget proposal for various functions, recreation software implementation, 614, 625, 650, and 680. So item number 1 on page 586 is recreation software implementation, and recommended to be referred to round 2, if it so pleases the directors. Director White? No? Director Bax?
I would like to refer this to the round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I do have a seconder. Director McMahon?
I think I've asked similar questions before, but my impression of our current recreation software is that it is clunky, and we need better software. Would better software save us time and allow more self-serving from the public, which would also save staff time?
Thank you, and thank you for the question. The recreation software that we have, in many cases, is not meeting what we believe to be our business needs. So a great deal of time was taken in scoping out what it was that we would want from a different vendor. So that is being taken into consideration with the new vendor. We don't know, we haven't awarded this, so we're not really sure what the implications of that might be. What is in front of you today is really about the transition in terms of a transition to new software is a significant undertaking. Some of, we're not sure how much the vendor will do versus what our staff will do. We do know that there'll be a bit of both. So that's why we're deferring it to round 2, is really so that we have better understanding. Because we'll be, I believe, we're hoping to bring a contract award before the board prior to round 2 that would better inform this. In terms of will it save staff time, that is yet to be seen. Hopefully, we would see better reporting instead of having to do a lot of things manually that we do right now. That's one of the intended outcomes. So time will tell, but that it's hoped it's more efficient. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax?
I wonder if there's any other software transitions going on within the organization, transit scheduling or such, that that can create any efficiencies within this step from one software platform to another. And if that any thought's been put to that into streamlining. I know they're totally different things, but I was wondering if that's been looked at, if we're transitioning in another place, and if we have the same vendor, and if we can have some kind of economy of scale, or we can have some joint training sessions or anything like this.
Thank you.
Thank you. I certainly appreciate, the desire to try and create efficiencies and cut costs. But as you suggested, every software is very individualized. This is very specific around rec software. So unfortunately, we're not going to be able to see the ability to buddy up with, say, UMO, which is completely different in terms of our electronic fare system. But I do appreciate what Director Bax is trying to suggest. Thank you.
Thank you. CFO?
Thank you, Chair. And maybe just to elaborate that we internally also have to review this as far as capacity goes, because we do have multiple projects that are still as carry forward, and one being one of the most important for the organization, which is the implementation of metered billing. And so I think that sits really high. So essentially, as we accumulate these various softwares, we're going to have to internally understand what those are and what the capacity for our support teams are going to be. We generally need support leads for subject matter experts within divisions, but we also need technical support. So I think that's the piece that admittedly we probably don't really have a very good handle on. So I think deferring this to round 2 will allow us to assess that. So thank you.
Thank you. Director White?
I just wanted to explain my vote on this, and that's that we have a lot of budgetary pressures this year. This is a really important, necessary project, I think, at some point, but I'd be in favor of deferring it to 2025, considering its medium impact and all the carry forwards that we have to do already, and the huge tax increases that we're already imposing upon our taxpayers. So that's why I'll be voting against this.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm looking for a little background on this. Have we already put out an RFQ for the package itself? And I'm confused why that package wouldn't have included these costs when it went out.
Thank you for the question. Yes, we have already gone to procurement because we needed to. Our current contract is going to expire. We have to provide a year's notice, so the timing required us to launch an RFP in the fall. So we have done that. So we're not sure what the final cost will be because it will depend on the vendor, which is why we're asking to defer this to round 2. Sometimes the vendor includes training, sometimes they don't. But even if the vendor provides their expertise to train staff, I still need to bring staff in to train them. So there's still a cost with the transition. There's still IT time required. So that's what this is about, is our internal cost to transition. Where exactly that will land, we'll know more within the next month. And just a point of clarification, certainly deferring this is an option. If we do defer, it means that we will sign another 3-year agreement with our current contractor. So we would actually be deferring it for 4 years. Thank you.
Thank you. And I don't, follow up, Director Lee?
Would this amount of money be capitalized as part of the project, or am I getting ahead of myself here?
CFO?
Well, understanding that we haven't completed the evaluation process, so we're not quite sure what the product will be. Software seems to be coming through as a fee for service, and so that's an operational cost. They're not on-premise type of software like legacy systems used to be. And so you just basically pay a monthly or yearly fee for the system. So we cannot capitalize those type of costs. So we anticipate, because most softwares are going to that model, that that would be the case. And so essentially, this would not be capitalized.
Thank you.
So we take the hit in the year we buy. Thank you.
Director Bax to the motion?
No, I'm just, I wanted a little bit of clarification on the deferment, and I just wanted to mention, yeah, that the subscription rates for the excess speed on your car is coming. So you
Definitely
said,
not to the motion to defer the.
no, you mentioned that when we're deferring it to round two, then we can deal with it then, and you said if we defer it further than that, then it's going to be 3 years. Is that what you meant? For 3 or 4 years?
Yes, because we've got to give our.
But if we deal with it
existing
in
vendor-
January, we'll be okay.
We have to give our existing vendor 1 year's notice to terminate the agreement with them. So if we miss that window, we have to renew that agreement with that vendor.
And we wouldn't miss that window if we dealt with it in January.
Correct.
Okay, I just wanted to clarify.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so all those in favor? Opposed? Director White opposed, motion's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of Annex DD. We're going to take just a 10-minute recess. All right. Good morning and welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 Budget for December the 5th. It's 10:46. We'll get going again here. We are on Annex EE of our agenda, page 589. Round 1 Budget Proposal, Function 650, Community Parks. So number 1 on page 589 is Cliff Gilker Sports Field Recovery. 27,000 from taxation. Director GM Gagnon.
Thank you, Chair. I apologize. If we're in keeping with all of our other budget proposals that have an FTE attached to it, this would be one of those. There is an FTE a one-time FTE to actually help complete the work. So if you want to be consistent, then I would recommend we defer this to round 2. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Bax.
I think consistency is boring. I would like to incorporate this, approve it and incorporate it into the budget. Delaying the improvements to Cliff Gilker Park is not making anybody happy.
And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. Director McMahon.
Pretty much the same thing. We've got to get this playing field back into operation. So while I appreciate the FTE implication, it's not a huge one, and let's just approve it.
Okay. I don't see any other hands up. This is A, B, D, E, and F. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2 on page 590, Cliff Gilker Sports Field Irrigation System. It's 195,000 from Canada Community Building Fund. Director Bax.
I would like to approve this and incorporate it into the 2024 budget.
And I've got a seconder for that. Okay, thank you. Director Lee.
Trying to understand the Canada Community Building Fund. Is that the old gas tax?
Yes.
Oh, whose gas tax will we be using?
That's a very good question. I would suspect it to be apportioned equally, but I don't know if CFO Perot would like to speak to that.
Thank you. So included in your agenda is a allocation of what you had. So we reviewed that report yesterday. So it really is up to the rural area directors who participate in the community parks function as to what they would like to contribute towards this particular project. It could be a combination of some of the electoral areas. It could be evenly allocated amongst each service participant. The total project's 195,000. There are some, this is a 2024 project as well. And so some of the services will get more money for next year because we have some rural areas that have a committed balance. So I think it's up to committee's discretion.
Director McMahon?
And when do we make those decisions? Are we going to get a spreadsheet of our gas tax funds and hash it out, or how does that work?
Well, it's included in this agenda already. I have to go and look. It was yesterday's topic related to the Act of Transportation. I believe
number
it's
18,
page 342
Annex
of your agenda. And so that gives you the amounts that are allocated. And it also provides the reductions to
340.
repatriating those particular funds. And so you could make the decision right now, and it could just be a decision to.
Thank you. So directors, if you want to try and determine this on the fly, we can do it right now. Or we could refer to round 2, and in the meantime, you guys could have a conversation or contemplate how you want to participate in this cost share. Director Inkster?
I just have a question on the issue of the project itself, but not on the decision-making regarding the funding. Thanks.
Go ahead on the issue itself.
You're okay?
Yeah.
Thanks for that. I just wanted to ask if, in fact, the previous decision made to redo the field and then the irrigation comes later, if in fact, can it not be opened earlier with the spring growing season, is what I'm wanting to ask through on this issue. It's really important field on the coast. It's part of the overall field use plan. Thanks.
Thank you, Chair. While staff recognize the challenge that this is creating for the community, unfortunately, as per the information in the budget proposal, for us to complete this work will take some time, and then the field will need to settle. So we are recommending that that we start the work as soon as the budget is adopted, but that it remain closed until the fall in order to create the best situation for success in the recovery as possible. And if I may, Chair, I just want to point out an error in this budget proposal text at the very end where it talks about HR implications. In brackets, it says existing staff. That is incorrect. It is not existing staff. There is a request for 0.04 FTE to help lead this project. So I just wanted to make sure that I drew that to your attention. Thank you.
Thank you. So it might be better to defer it to round two regardless. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yes, I'm back on the gas tax bandwagon here. So I found myself on page 342. That now would be updated because we took the bike and walking path projects off the books on that one. And this includes only things that we previously committed to. It doesn't include anything from the current budget. So again, like, when are we going to sit down and go through potential projects that could be funded from the gas tax?
So the projects that have been proposed to use Community Works funds, so we've, as staff, already vetted most of those particular projects. So I think the question for further discussion with the committee would be delving into regional projects, because essentially there is limited rural area or rural area specific local service area type thing that are there's not many of them within the 2024 budget. So that would be the discussion. So we've presented which ones are proposed, which ones would be eligible based on the Community Works agreement and based on the board's existing policy and what fits with the eligibility criteria. So if we need an updated spreadsheet based on proposed, we didn't add those onto there because we weren't quite certain what the committee and amounts the committee would propose.
Just a second. I know during the break I was talking to the CAO about this because we've also got the Growing Community Fund, which may be a suitable source of funding for some of these growth-related projects. And it might be that we get to the end of our agenda and we pass an additional motion asking for some further information to come back on the Growing Community Fund, and we could include the Community Building Fund as well as part of that motion. So Director McMahon, follow up?
Yes, because we have to have a discussion on apportionment, because not all of the rural areas have large balances, like, you know, some of it went on docks. So, and yeah, we need to dicker between the rural areas about who's going to pay for what. So it does need to come back. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I just was trying to remember about this gas tax, which is now called community building. Are we getting some more of that in 2024?
You should be.
Well, we don't know because we haven't received the announcement from the federal government. So this is actually the last year of the current agreement. And so we don't know what the new agreement and what the new structure is going to be. There's been some community or consultation that has happened between UPCM and local governments. So we do, hopefully we'll hear in the next few weeks, because I know the federal budget has been released, so hopefully we hear soon on what that'll look like. And we don't know what the amounts are going to look like. And we also don't know what will be contemplated for local governments that still have significant funds as this SRD does.
Follow-up, Director Lee?
Yes, after that, I was going to suggest that we improve and incorporate it, because this is a low cost. I have enough, and I'm willing to join everybody. I don't know about Director Stamford, though, but I think we would cover for our ones that are unable to put their share in. I'm sure we can figure out what the hell the share would be on something like this.
I have a motion to approve and incorporate already on the floor, so we will, Director Bax, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I have a question about the work that's being done. I was of the understanding that there's an existing sprinkler system, irrigation system within the field. Is that to be replaced, or is it to be, is most of the money going to find an alternate water source? Thank you.
I believe that this is primarily for the alternative water source for that park, but I'll turn to the GM.
Thank you, and thank you for your question. Yes, there's an existing irrigation system that is hooked up to the Chapman water system right now. So this, a number of years ago, there was some work done, a well that was drilled. So this would be to finish the work on the well and to hook up the irrigation system to this non-potable water source. Thank you.
Thank you. So CFO Perot might be heading off my question before I even get a chance to ask it. So I'll look to CFO Perot.
Well, just if it's helpful, that if A, B, D, and E wanted to contribute, because I believe Area F Community Works funds are fully committed, the allocation per area, if it was evenly distributed, would be $48,750 each.
48,750. Thank you. I will look to the area directors, because you can either amend the motion to approve funding apportioned as was indicated, or we can have a further conversation about funding apportionment now or later. Director McMahon, oh, my apologies, Director Stamford.
Thank you, Chair. There is a little bit left in Area F, and I would like to advance that discussion to provide whatever we can, because the more this park field is closed, the more impact it has on other fields that are throughout the area, including Area F. And I don't want to see the same thing happen to those fields. So,
Director McMahon.
I would like to have the conversation about apportionment when we've seen all of the projects, not right now, so that we can make that decision. I mean, this is a regional destination park, so I see the argument, but let's talk later.
So for staff, I'm wondering if we can approve and incorporate, as is currently on the floor, with a discussion about apportionment to come back at round 2. Would that be acceptable? Okay. Would somebody like to make that amendment? Moved, seconded. Any discussion on the amendment? All those in favor? That amendment is carried. Thank you. So now we have the amended motion on the floor. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. And thank you for your patience with struggling through that issue. Next up on page 591, item number 3, Park Facilities Booking Technician. And this is $20,500 funded from taxation. Director McMahon.
This is an FTE, so I'd like to move that we refer this to round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder. Thank you for that catch, Director McMahon. It dawned on me as soon as you raised your hand. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Okay, item number 4, Parks Service Review, $35,000 funded from taxation. Directors? Any discussion, questions, motions? Director Lee?
I was just trying to figure out where this would be different than an overall parks plan that we were proposing to do at some point. You know, like the park service plan we were talking about for Catherine, Dan Bosch.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So to distinguish, I believe what Director Lee is referring to are the park management plans, and this is quite different than that. This is actually looking internally at the SCRD Park Service and doing a service review.
So this would be similar to the service review that we looked at for infrastructure. Right? Director McMahon?
Yes, this is badly needed. It says that there are no HR implications. I was trying to figure that one out.
Thank you, and thank you for the question. So this is about hiring a consultant to come in and do a review. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Stamford?
Would this kind of review include looking at equitable delivery of service to different areas?
That might be a recommendation that comes out of the review potentially. So it's, again, we'll have to look at the scope for $35,000, but it is looking at a full service review. So a recommendation might be that there's inequity. Thank you.
Thank you. CAO?
Yes, thank you. When I look at this one, and I'm thinking back to the round one budget proposal from Infrastructure Services yesterday, and an upcoming budget proposal you're going to see from Legislative Services later around a sort of an organizational review part 2 as well. I think there's probably an opportunity for some discussion at the senior staff level to look at those 3 proposals, find out what the overlaps are, and potentially refine them to come back at round 2.
Okay.
There's good work being proposed. I think there's probably an opportunity to have some further conversation. Plus, I'm already, just based on the results of the interviews as part of the organizational review round 1, or part 1, that's being completed and a draft written up. I think there's probably changes in the scope that I'd envisioned for the organizational review phase 2 anyway. So there's probably an opportunity for us to get together and come back.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Okay, 2 things. Sounds like we need to refer this to round 2, which I will move. The other thing is regarding the gas tax fund again. Is there any prospect that we will hear the results of negotiations with the federal government before we finish our budget process? The reason I ask is because they are going to change potentially the parameters of what we can spend the money on, and that could have some implications.
Just before I look for an answer to that question, I did hear you move that this be referred to round 2, and I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. Now, do we expect to hear back on gas tax before round 2?
Yeah, I don't know if we know the answer. We can find some research, but I don't know if there's been a commitment with an announcement date, so we can look into that and follow up.
Okay, thank you. Go ahead.
Yeah, we might want, as an advocacy thing, we might want to inquire at UBCM, because we can't be the only regional district wondering what the new arrangement is going to be.
All right. Making a note there. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on this, which is to refer it to round 2. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have item number 5, 2024 contract increases, 3,300 funded from taxation. Directors, any questions or recommendations? Director Bax?
I recommend it be approved and incorporated into the 2024 budget.
Thank you. I've got a seconder for that. Any other discussion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of Annex EE. So next up, we move on to FF, pages 596 to 598. And item number 1 on page 596 is Connect the Coast Feasibility Study, Phase 1 contribution to track. So $35,000 funded from operating reserves, B, D, E, and F. Director Bax.
I propose that we approve this and incorporate it into the 2024 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Is there any other discussion or conversation? If not, I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of that one. Thank you, Manager Huntington. All right, next up, we have Annex GG, Regional Recreation Programs. Oh. Manager Don is back. First up, item number 1 on page 599, Regional Recreation Programs. And this is a credit. I would love to hear more about this.
Thank you, and thank you, Chair. I appreciate the opportunity to perhaps give a bit of context to this. So this would be if you'll recall, in a previous quarterly report, I talked about an administrative error that we had missed last budget round to be able to actually deliver programs in school facilities. So this is correcting that error. So what this does permit us is it actually gives us the budget to be able to deliver a number of programs in school facilities starting in the fall of 2024. And because our programs, these particular programs are fully cost recovered and in fact actually net a little bit of revenue, it's actually we used to call them a negative funding request, in that it's money that will actually reduce the cost within 670 as a service function. Thank you.
Thank you. Would any directors like to abandon this particular proposal? Director White?
Wrong question. I move to approve and incorporate.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. Good news. And that's the end of GG. And goodbye again, Manager Don. Next up, Annex HH, Gibsons and District Fire Protection. Starting on page 601 of our agenda package. This is voting EF and Town of Gibsons. So item number 1 is Assistant Fire Chief, Prevention and Safety 1.0 FTE. Just wait for everybody to get settled. Thank you, GM Gagnon. Now, this is FTE related. So this is intended to be referred to round 2, or desired to be referred to round 2, GM Hall?
That would be staff's recommendation, Chair. Thank you.
Thank you. Directors, Director McMahon.
As a participant in this service, I assume this is just voting the service participant?
Yep.
So yes, I would like to move that this be moved to round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder from Town of Gibsons? Thank you. Any other discussion on the motion? EF and Town of Gibsons, all those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Item number 2 on page 602, command vehicle budget increase. So this is 64,800 coming from operating reserves. Directors, any questions or recommendations? Director White?
Okay, I have not had the benefit of being on the Fire Commission this past year and hearing all the conversation about the new truck that's also needed. It was discussed earlier when we talked about capital budget. How does putting money from reserves into the command vehicle kind of compute with needing funds for the truck too? Are we? Again, I have to qualify that I'm not up on all those discussions, so I need to be briefed on this.
Chief Michael?
Happy to answer that. So we had some discussion about this proposal in particular, and this proposal, the way it's written, was to be as open and transparent as we can with the service enhancement that we're looking for from this vehicle. So although contained within the capital plan itself, we're looking for a more robust vehicle, inclusion of lights and sirens and things like that. So this request here is for those extras or those add-ons that's not included in the capital plan as presented.
Thank you. Director McMahon? Oh,
And-
my apologies, Director McMahon. GM Hall.
Thank you, Chair. Just to add to what the chief offered, analysis of the capacity of our capital plan and our reserves to support both has been undertaken. Thanks.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, the current vehicle is 2004, so it's done a good job. And I don't know if the original capital budget included the escalation in costs of vehicles in the last few years, but I'm not really surprised that things are more expensive. So I'm willing to move that this be incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Couple seconders. I don't see any other hands up, so EF and Town of Gibson's. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, item number 3, base budget increase. This is on page 603 at the bottom, $50,000 from taxation. Director McMahon?
Yes, costs are going up. I move that this be approved and incorporated into round 2.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Director White?
Again, at this stage of the budget, we're getting pretty tight for Gibson's especially. So I would have preferred to see this go to next year, deferred to next year. But I see there's a mover and a seconder and 3 people. But I'll make that argument. Maybe I can.
You might be able to convince your colleagues.
Yeah, I don't know what our latest number is for taxation in Gibson's, but it was over 12% at the end of the day yesterday. So, I'll speak for the town where we have this incredible pressure of having to pay for our policing soon and having to tax our citizens 5% plan every year in order to make up for a 30% need in our budget in a couple of years. So we are really going to be strained this year, and I'm hoping we can defer some costs for future years here. And I'm seeing this as a risk factor low, definitely something that's needed, but we do need to find some budget proposals, I think, that to kick up to the next year.
Thank you. CFO Perot?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So I also just wanted to highlight that at the Q3 variance for the Gibsons and District Fire, I believe we had a projected, I think it was $80,000 operating deficit for 2023. I don't know what the status of it, I haven't looked. We can always provide that to the committee, but that'll have to be absorbed into 2024 as well. And I think this is partly why this budget proposal is put forward. So I don't know if the committee wants a deeper dive onto specifically what type of costs are escalating and some more information related to it, but that is also a consideration. Thank you.
Thank you. And I just wanted to highlight the 2 tables at the bottom of page 604. The capital reserve and then the operating reserve. It does identify that 2023 operating deficit as already coming out of reserves. Director McMahon?
I thought I'd ask staff, what is the implication if we should not pass this?
Who would like to take that? Chief Michael?
Yeah, I would say perhaps a short answer would be a deficit moving forward.
Okay, thank you. Any other Discussion on the motion? I will call the question then. E, F, and Town of Gibson's, all those in favor? And opposed? Director White opposed, the motion's carried. Thank you. That takes us to the end of that one. Next up, we have Annex II, which is Roberts Creek Fire Protection. And so, first up, we have item number 1, which is on page 605, which is Assistant Fire Chief Prevention Training and Safety. Being an FTE, I assume this is being recommended to be moved to round 2.
You doing? Okay.
Director Bax, I see your hand up.
Yes, yeah, thank you. Thank you, Chief Higgins, for showing up here. I noticed that there's a little bit of a typo in this. There's on the last sentence in page 604 to the end of the first paragraph in 605 to 606. It talks about Half Moon Bay. This is not Half Moon Bay, this is Roberts Creek. But the sentiment is very much the same. I understand that this being a new position, I'm looking forward to seeing this being adopted eventually, but and bringing and adding to our small roster of our fire department. I will refer it to round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Okay, any other discussion? If not, I will call the question on this. This is voting all directors as a single participant service. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 2, asphalt repair on the bottom of page 606. It's $10,600 to be funded from operating reserves. Director Bax?
I would like to approve this and incorporate it into the 2024 budget, please.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that, a couple of them. I don't see any other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. And item number 3 on page 607, duty officer vehicle, Director Bax.
Yeah, this is an interesting one. Thanks to the Half Moon Bay Volunteer Fire Department for relinquishing one of their vehicles for use by our deputy chief, who's been using his personal vehicle. I would like to approve this and incorporate it into the 2024 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. I just wanted to ask why the almost $8,000 was being suggested to be funded from taxation instead of capital reserves or something to that effect. CFO?
So the capital plans were presented yesterday for Roberts Creek Fire, and I believe, and I can be corrected from the chief for GM Hall, this particular vehicle is not considered as part of the capital plan.
Okay.
And so it would be a new enhancement because it expands the existing fleet. And so once it's approved, then it would roll into the existing capital plan. And so we could alternatively, because it is a very small amount, we could always refer it to round 2 and come forward with some alternative funding options.
Okay. Thank you. It was just a curiosity thing on my part. So the director's made the motion, and I see no other hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. Item number 4, department uniform on 607. Director Bax.
I would like to propose that this be approved and incorporated into the round 2 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I do. Thank you. Any other questions or discussion on the motion? All those in, Director McMahon, just under the wire.
Yes, sorry, aren't uniforms a normal part of the regular operating budget? I'm just wondering why this comes as a budget proposal.
Yeah, Director McMahon, thank you. That is normally part of our clothing budget. Our clothing budget is not sufficient with all the price increases. And this is a first-time purchase for our department to go with a complete uniform. And for various reasons, including increasing morale and our identity, we are taking it from, excuse me, operating reserves because that represents funds received through deployment income, and that has a lot of meaning for members. Does that answer the question? Yeah?
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. On 608, item number 5, base budget increase. Director Bax?
Yeah, I'm looking at this. I was wondering if this is a good opportunity to ask for an update on the theft of fuel from our fire department. Has there been any news? I noticed that this is to help with paying for fuel. I know that this is there anything that you can share with the public about that particular incident?
Thank you for the question, Director Bax. The short answer is no, we don't have any information on that.
May I?
Yep.
I want to approve this and incorporate it into the 2024 budget.
Thank you. And do I have a seconder? I do. Thank you very much. And I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that can, oh, Director Stanford, yes.
Thank you, Chair. Before we get any further away from the West House Sound Gibson's fire service, I'm just wondering, I know there's members of the community that don't currently get any fire service, and they're working hard to develop a proposal and a request for an expansion, quite a small expansion into West House Sound towards Port Mellon. I'm wondering when that will be discussed and whether or not there's room for it in this budget cycle. I know that was the intent of the community initiative.
Thank you. I'll look to the corporate officer.
Thank you. I can speak to this, but it's not related to the proposal on the floor right now. But I have received a preliminary petition, and I am working with staff right now to develop a timeline. There will be a financial feasibility that we will need to do, and look at some of the departmental abilities to meet the needs that are being requested from the community.
Thank you. I know you brought it up because we're between agenda items at the moment, so thank you for that. I guess my question to follow up on that would be, it sounds like it probably would not be incorporated into 2024 because of the budgetary and legislative requirements?
Yeah, likely not, I would say. And it could, and we've talked to the petitioners about this, so this could be an extended process that maybe even goes to 2025 by the time we would actually get to the end of the point of taxation, if we get there.
Thank you. Okay, moving on to Annex JJ, we are looking at the Half Moon Bay Fire Protection, starting on page 610. Director Lee.
Actually on a different subject, but similar to what Director Stanford was asking. I meant to ask the question earlier about the Gibsons and fire protection area, and one paragraph caught my attention, and it said the Fire Prevention District is currently unable to meet service demands as mandatory fire and life safety inspection targets are not being met. I was concerned if that was putting the SCRD as a whole at risk, or is that in fact something that is optional?
Welcome back, Chief Michael.
Well, I will state that the fire chiefs work very well together. I figured I would take this one on. I would concur that it does put our organization at risk, and that's why you will see a budget proposal in front of you for increased staffing for the fire prevention division. I think amongst the other fire chiefs as well, the same rationale. So we can certainly have that discussion at round 2 when that proposal resurfaces.
That actually was my first question, is if we were going to get another kick at it, but thank you.
Thank you. Okay, Moving on to item number 1 on page 610, which is Half Moon Bay Volunteer Fire Department Assistant Fire Chief, Prevention Training and Safety. This being an FTE, I think the request would be to move it to round 2. Director Gabias?
Took the words right out of my mouth. I would like to refer the following budget proposal to 2024 round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Single participant service again, so it's voting all directors. Director Lee, I see your hand up.
Just being slow.
So, okay, thank you. All right, so then I will call the question on this motion to refer to round 2. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And item number 2 on page 611.
I was just remembering I can vote.
Yes, that's right, single participant service, it's voting all. But you didn't raise your hand in opposition, so I assume we're okay.
I voted for it, yeah.
Perfect. Half Moon Bay Volunteer Fire Department base budget increase, item number 2, $20,000 from taxation. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair, and through you, I'm looking at the reserves. I saw that there's a surplus for 2023 for operating. Wonder if I could hear a little bit more like where that money came from, and also like what's the goal? Like how much is good enough operating reserves?
Thank you. I think that's a question for the CFO in terms of the health of the operating reserve and where the $40,000 surplus from this year came from.
Yeah, generally, operating surpluses tend to come from staff vacancies most of the time through the organization. There may be small realizations of saving within operational line items. And so this is a modest budget. It's not terribly huge. So it's, as far as operating reserve targets, I think we have to do a little bit more work on that related to our services. And especially as our fire departments expand on their deployment, and we don't have a full understanding of what the expansion of service levels are associated with facilitating that level of service for the organization and for the province as a whole. And of course, it's almost like a mutual aid agreement, like you want to make sure people come here if we have an incident, and it's a great training opportunity, but we don't understand the wear and tear. And we also have new pressures within our operating costs associated with that. So I think we need to do some more work in our protective services to establish what a minimum balance is. These services, and especially Half Moon Bay, we know that there are significant new capital costs. So Half Moon Bay Hall number 2 replacement is going to be several $1 million. And so that too, we will see probably increased operating costs. So I would say this is a very modest, we have probably very limited reserves. And so we also know that the service is a local service area. So it's very small, so we don't have economies of scale. So I would say that this is not a lot of money.
Thank you. Jim Hall or Chief Daly, did either of you want to weigh in on it? Okay. Thank you. Director Bax, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I just wanted to share with the board, reiterate that the pressures on the emergency services that we provide to our community have increased over the last, I'm going to say in the last decade. The volunteers have been, the volunteers that we have now have to train to the level of a professional from a career point of view. This is and the equipment that they need has to be professional as well. We're getting a lot of bang for our buck, but it's what's changing. There's a great deal of change within this environment that is going to cost us more. It's just going to, that's going to happen. We have to make a decision as to whether or not we want these services and we're going to pay for them, or whether we want less services and put ourselves at more risk. And it's just a simple fact.
Thank you, Director Bax. I don't think the question is about whether we should discontinue Half Moon Bay Volunteer Fire Department over $20,000, but Director Gabias?
Thank you, and thank you, Director Bax, for your comments. I did not intend to, yes, pull the plug on a whole fire department. I will be taking option number 1 on the menu here, that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2024 round 2 budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. This is again voting all directors. I don't see any other hands up. I'll call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of Half Moon Bay Fire Department. All right, moving on to Annex KK, Round 1 Budget Proposal, Emergency Telephone 911. And item number 1 on page 613 is Emergency 911 Base Budget Increase. So 44,750 funded from taxation. This will be voting all directors. Any questions, comments, discussion, recommendations? Director White? No? Saw you reaching for the microphone, so.
Yeah, you're quick. Just on, this is somewhat in general on protective services, emergency programs, 911. I see a number of projects on the carry forwards list. And I'm just wondering, I mean, there are some brief status updates there. This may be the wrong time to ask, Chair, but I do think it's something important to consider, that some of the carry forwards have not yet completed, that have been approved in the past, when we're considering more expenditures here. So I just wonder if we can get a brief update on the progress of those projects.
Did you have a couple of specific projects in mind? I seem to recall 911 tower upgrades.
I think, I would imagine the
which we saw a couple of board meetings ago, I think, for a contract award. GM Hall?
Thank you for through the chair, thank you for the question. It's difficult to amalgamate services. On the 911 front, staff are making good progress on capital renewal of core assets. The big one that's underway, and it, as the committee may recall, was delayed a bit as we worked with the market to find a vendor, is the replacement of the Chapman Tower. That project either has or is very, very about to kick off. And that, I believe, is the only remaining big 911 project. On the emergency program side, there are a number of carry forwards. We were fortunate to receive a number of grants for projects and studies, and our emergency program coordinator has most of those initiated. We've got consultants in place, so we anticipate those wrapping up within grant deadlines that fall in 2024. And while some of the projects that are proposed in this year's budget package as a whole won't initiate immediately upon budget initiation, we do expect to initiate all of these items in 2024. Thanks.
Thank you very much. Directors, any other questions or recommendations? Director McMahon?
Sure. I would like to move that this project number 1 be approved and incorporated in round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. And I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 2 on page 614, Next Gen 911 as a placeholder, $45,000 funded from grants. Director Bax, I saw your hand.
Yeah, I would like to recommend that we refer this to round 2, refer it to round 2 budget. Defer it to round 2 budget.
Thank you, because it's got a recommendation here from staff that it be referred to round 2 for some scope clarification. And I have a seconder for that. Thank you for that catch, Director Bax. And I don't see any hands up, so I'll call the question. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. That takes us to the end of Emergency Telephone 911 and Annex KK. So next up, we have Annex LL, which is round 1 budget proposal for 222 Sunshine Coast Emergency Planning. And project number 1 on page 616 is a community evacuation planning support, which I believe is an FTE and therefore being requested to refer to round 2. I'm just looking for confirmation from GM Hall.
Sorry, Chair. Yes, if the committee wishes to remain consistent with deferring FTE request to round 2, then staff would recommend
Thank
that.
you. Okay. Director Gabias, did I see? Oh, okay. Then I will go to Director Stanford.
I move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into 2024 round 2 budget.
And I've got seconders for that. Thank you. Do I have any other discussion on the motion to approve and incorporate? And this is voting no. It was to approve and incorporate.
Sorry, I thought we were moving that to round 2. I am.
So approve and incorporate is say yes, we don't see it again. Option number 3 is to refer it to round 2 for further conversations.
She knows what she's doing.
Okay, so your intention was approve and incorporate? Yes? Okay.
Okay.
Director McMahon, are you still seconding that? No? Do I have? I have seconders for that, thank you. Director Lee?
Is it point 1 or point 2? It says point 2 at the top and point 1 on the bottom, buddy.
It's point 1 for 2024 and point 2 for 2025 to 2028.
Thank you.
Thank you. Director White, I see your hand.
Yeah, I know it's point 2, but I just want to be consistent with referring all our staffing to round 2 for discussion. So that's what I would support rather than this. And I'll be voting no.
Okay, thank you. Any other discussion on the motion to approve and incorporate? If not, I will call the question. All those in favor? And those opposed? Motion's defeated. Okay. Would somebody like to try a different motion? Director McMahon?
Sure, I move that it be referred to round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Director Stanford?
I acknowledge I made a mistake.
That's okay. I will look for, I'll call the question then. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Moving on to item number 2 on page 617, which is Neighborhood Emergency Preparedness Financial Support Pilot Project. Director Bax?
I move that we approve this and incorporate it into the round 2020, into the round 2 budget.
Okay. Approve and incorporate.
Yeah,
Thank
it's,
you.
I
I've
think
got
it's
a
a
seconder
really
for that.
interesting, it's an interesting initiative.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yeah, I hear from a lot of residents in my community who want to see this like yesterday, like 5 years ago. So, thank you.
I know our community associations and Sea Shelter are also quite eager for some assistance with this sort of work. So, Director Gabias?
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Same, I think the community will be really thrilled to see this. I have a question about the future financial implications that's proposed for 2 intakes, 2 to 3 years. Can I get a little bit more information on that? Like, what does that mean?
GM Hall?
Thank you for the question through the chair. Some staff are proposing this as a bit of a pilot, and sometimes it takes a sample size bigger than just a few to understand the impacts. And so staff are proposing 2 intakes at $10,000 each, spaced over some period of time in order to be able to assess the impact using a larger sample. Thanks.
Follow up?
Thank you for that answer. And 2 intakes, meaning like there's more than the intake is multiple groups. Okay, thank you.
It would not be intended for one community association or neighborhood to get $10,000. Director Lee, I saw your hand up first.
I was just looking for a little clarification. It talks about 10,000 in taxation, and then it talks about grant opportunities for registered communities, organizations. Would we be expecting the neighborhood organizations to apply for a grant, and then this 10,000 is to support them? Would that be the process?
This would be the community associations applying to the SCRD for a grant, and this $10,000 from taxation would be to fund their grant application to the regional district, if I understand it correctly.
Thank you, Chair. You do. It's a model that we've seen work in other places, and in fact, we apply it here for waste reduction. Thanks.
Thank you. So it's funded from taxation. It is a grant for the community associations.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Director Bax.
Yeah, well, I'm assuming that these would fall under the category of micro grants, $200 to $500 each or something like that. And when would the first intake be if this was approved?
Definitely not until after we approve the budget.
I'm just curious as to if there's any speculation, like April, June, September?
Would the GM like to speculate?
Thanks for the question, Chair. Staff haven't done full program design, but do understand that there's high community interest in this. Thanks.
Thank you. All right, Director White, I see your hand up.
Seeking elaboration on registered community and neighborhood organizations, like definition of the word registered, for example. Unfortunately, Gibson's does not have basically any community or neighborhood organizations. We've had one, which I don't know if they're still active, and they already did this a few years ago. So that's part of why the context of why I'm asking.
CFO?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So it's been mentioned that we don't have everything nailed down as far as the design of the program. However, it's envisioned to follow the similar process and guidelines as grant and aid would, as far as requirements to ensure that we're in compliance with the Local Government Act and whatnot. So of course, we wouldn't provide funding to individuals per se. So we just want to ensure we're compliant with those types of things. So we'll try to be as nimble as we can to ensure the money is used more effectively. And I also wanted to note that it has been discussed that the pilot may result in a significant exuberance and we may come back next year with additional funding. So I think that's something else that we've discussed as staff.
Thank you. Any further discussion? Director Lee.
I anticipate great oversubscription to this. I guess there wouldn't be an opportunity during the year to increase it, Or so I'm just
sorry,
wondering
Director
if it's
Lee,
enough.
I missed your question. You're wondering if this is enough?
Yes, I'm wondering if this is enough. I anticipate the demand to be very high.
I think that'll be part of the figuring it out as a pilot, right?
Yeah, and I think we have to understand what it is that's in scope, because I think the community has maybe some different expectations that we need to manage. So for instance, we wouldn't necessarily want to potentially provide equipment. There may be some risk factors. So I think what we're trying to do is dip our toe in the water and then come forward with some future considerations.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
My recollection is that grant and aid allows unincorporated groups to apply for up to $500. Is that correct?
Yes.
So I have neighborhood associations that are not incorporated, but also a community association that is. And so I think between all of them, they can work it out.
Thank you. Director Stanford?
Just following to that, my understanding is grant and aid does not allow for this kind of funding. Anything to do with emergency services.
The supply of equipment, I think, is what the CFO made reference to.
It was also a community plan that was not agreed to last budget.
Through grant and aid, which this is not an expansion of grant and aid. This would be a program administered somewhat similarly to grant and aid, maybe. CFO,
It was in reference to Director McMahon's
thank you.
suggestion.
CFO?
Yeah, just to elaborate on that, Chair, is that we have had requests through grant and aid to provide for emergency planning support. And in compliance with the Local Government Act, we are not able to essentially double dip in services because we already have a requirement under the emergency plan. And so that's why we're establishing a program. So there is opportunities for community groups to access and expand on community emergency planning. But it wouldn't be through the grant and aid program. So this is why we're putting this forward is to, we heard loud and clear from the directors that they wanted some avenue, and so this is why it's being presented. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I'm going to call the question then. And this is voting all directors. All those in favor? And opposed? Director White opposed. Motion's carried. Thank you. Item number 3, page 617, Emergency Support Services Director Staffing Increase, which is a 0.1 FTE increase. Director McMahon?
Move to refer to round 2.
Thank you. I've got a seconder for that. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? And opposed? Okay, that's carried. And next up, we have Emergency Management Technician, 1.0 FTE. Item number 4 on page 618, Director Bax.
I move to refer to round 2.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. Any other questions or discussion before we refer this away to round 2? I'll call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And item number 5, SCEP on-call program contact on page 619, $20,000 from taxation. Any comment, GM Hall? Sorry, okay. Thank you. Any questions from directors? Director White?
I'll need a further explanation of this. Yeah, just the SCEP, and this isn't staffing, but it's somehow utilizing some pre-existing service, I guess, but yeah.
Thank you.
Thanks for the question. Through the chair.
Sorry, GM Hall?
Yeah.
I'm going to go to the CAO first.
Sorry to interrupt. Could we just request a brief 5-minute recess?
Sure, we can do that. We'll take 5 minutes. Welcome back, everybody. It's 11:55. Director White?
Yeah, I've determined that the answer to my question cannot feasibly be answered at this moment, so I will defer this item. I move to defer this item to round 2, so the board can, we'll be able to get that answer and more discussion on this.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Any other questions, comments, discussion? Call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of LL. Next up, we have Annex MM. It's 11:55. How about we do animal control, and then we will break for lunch? Okay, so next up, we have round 1, budget control, animal control, protective services. So item number 1 on page 621 is animal control vehicle replacement. And this is voting it says B, D, E, and F on my agenda cover sheet, but it says A, B, D, E, and F on the item. So I think that is correct. Okay, thank you. Director McMahon?
I believe this has been a long time coming, and we have sufficient funds in the reserve. So I think we could go ahead and approve this and incorporate into round 2.
So you're moving to incorporate. Okay, do I have a seconder? I do have seconders, thank you. Any other discussion from directors? I will call the question. Rural directors, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to the end of Annex MM. And with that, it's 11:57. We'll break for lunch. We'll come back at 12:45. Thank you. Welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 budget meeting for December the 5th. We're back from our lunch. It's 12:50. Director Stamford had to leave us this afternoon, so welcome to alternate Director Wynn, who is taking her place for the rest of the day. Next up in our agenda, is Annex NN. Back to the Finance Committee Round 1 budget meeting for December the 5th. We're back from our lunch. Budget proposals for regional planning. So on page 623, item number 1, potential land evaluation, housing potential. Director Bax.
One of the questions I have about this is that at the bottom of page 624, it says that this is dependent on the continuance of the contracted regional housing coordinator role, which is the number 2 on this list. And I was wondering why they weren't reversed in their order. If 1 is dependent on 2, and we have to vote on 1 first before we get to 2. You see what I mean?
I understand your question. However, I'm actually going to make a suggestion. This does say voting all areas, so I suppose I can make the motion myself, that this be referred to round 2. And the reason is, the District of Sechelt is already budgeting to do this regional land evaluation. So I would like to give a little more time to make sure that we coordinate whether this should be an all areas project or whether this should be rural planning only or what. And I understand that the town of Gibson's has already done theirs. So I would like to move this to round 2 pending further confirmation from the municipalities. And I've got seconders for that. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have item number 2 on page 625. This is the Regional Housing Coordinator, 81,617, funded through MRDT. Director Bax.
I'd like to approve this and incorporate it into the round 2024 budget. Is that possible?
Thank you. I've got seconders for that. Director White, did you want to speak to it?
I could ask a question about it, yeah. Why isn't this ongoing? I mean, is it because we're not certain of this funding every year? But I think the board would, I mean, I felt like I was around when this was started, and I feel like the intent was probably that it be as ongoing as possible, and rather than something that the board needs to approve every year.
CAO McKinley.
Yeah, I'll just make a very general remark, and then the GM or the manager may have more to say. I think one of the challenges we have is understanding the new legislation that's been proposed by the province and how that might impact this, or how that will all fit together. We haven't really seen how that's going to roll out, but that's just one general observation in terms of it being a permanent something we funded every year.
Follow up or?
I guess from my perspective as a director, I don't, I mean, this is just all the more reason
How that's going to roll out, but that's just one. Going to do that again.
You're interrupting me, CAO McKinley. Oh, that's an echo. So.
Yep, I've just sent Ian a message that there's an echo going on, so I keep muting him. Director White.
Yeah, all the more reason that this position is important, just to navigate, assist our local governments in navigating the provincial legislation. But I mean, mainly, I think the concern is the funding for it, I guess, is what we need to be concerned about. And it does seem like there's sustainable funding through the MRDT, in my view.
GM Hall.
Thank you. Through the chair, as ongoing as possible right now, based on year-to-year variable funding from this funding source, is annual approval. If it's the will of the committee to entertain other funding approaches that make multi-year approval possible, then deferral to round 2 to come back with ideas that meet that desire is is an option.
Director McMahon?
I think we all agree that this position is important and that it's doing good work. And we have already deferred a lot of stuff to round two. So I would be as happy moving this forward now and then perhaps having that discussion over the coming year as we learn more about the impacts of the province's legislation.
Thank you. So that was a motion to incorporate?
Didn't we already have a motion?
Yes, we did. Thank you. Thank you. All right. I see no other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? Any opposed? And that's carried. All right. That takes us to the end of NN. And next up, we're on Annex O. Is everything okay down at that end of the table? Okay. Next up is round one budget proposal for 504 rural planning, Annex OO, starting on page 627 of the agenda package. Item number one on page 627, Director Bax.
In keeping with what we've been doing so far today, I'm going to refer this to round two budget.
Thank you. And I've got that seconded. So this is voting A, B, D, E, and F. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. I'm just looking at the funding for this user fees and service charges. Could I get more information on that?
GM Hall?
Thank you for the question. So staff, SCRD, local governments, do aim to recover the cost of some planning services from user fees. And based on the approved application fees, we are seeing an increase in revenue from that source, and that is able to pay for some of the service enhancement that's proposed here. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Gabias, follow-up?
Sorry, follow-up, thank you. Pay for some of it or all of it? We don't know yet, or I guess it may be hard to tell at this point.
CFO?
Yeah, so currently, just looking at the current financials, last year, I think early on in the year, we actually did an amendment to the fees and charges for planning. And so there is a desire to continue and maybe do some additional changes. We just haven't had the capacity to do that at this time. So we know that we are seeing a positive variance with user fees. And so there's one of two ways that we can address that. If the budget proposals are approved, and we haven't really allocated, so at round two, potentially as we come closer to year end, we can provide a proposed allocation based on the split between the funding. So we know that we have some surplus funding, so if the budget proposal doesn't get approved, then we would reduce tax subsidy. If the budget approval does happen, then the tax subsidy would potentially stay the same, or it could change if we catch up and do that. The other caveat is we really don't know what development on the Sunshine Coast is going to look like, as well as the provincial changes that are coming. So all of that comes into play.
Thank you. All right. Any other questions from directors? If not, I would entertain a recommendation. A, B, D, E, or F? No, we don't have one on. My apologies. I'm trying to manage too many things at a time here, so. It's on the floor. Okay. I don't see any other hands up, though, so I'm going to call the question on the motion to defer it to round two. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Next up, we have item number 2, Planning Enhancement Project 2, Staff Position, 1.0 FTE, Director McMahon.
Move that we move this to round two.
And I've got a seconder for that. Thank you. Any further discussion from directors? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. All right, next up, item number 3 on page 631, Planning Enhancement Project 1.1, Development Approvals, Process Mapping, and Tempest Enhancements, Project Exploration, Initiation, and Scoping. Now, this has an FTE associated with it, so would be recommended for deferral. Director McMahon, making that motion to defer to round 2?
Exactly.
Thank you, and I see a seconder. Any other questions, comments? All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Next up, that takes us to the end of that annex. So next up, we're on Annex PP, which is on page 634, Budget Proposal 110, General Government.
Would you like us to come to the delegation table, Chair, or is it okay if we remain here?
I think it would be perfectly acceptable for you to remain at your current stations. Thank you, CAO.
We were prepared to make the move for you.
First up, item number 1 on page 634, Legislative Coordinator 1.0 FTE, Director Bax.
I was wondering if the, what appears to be a typo on the top of page 635, where it says Budget Proposal 5, it says 9 months prorated in 2023. Is that correct, or should it say 2024? Is this a project that's being, that's been paid for, or is it a project that we're going to be paying for?
In the middle of page 634, under 2024 funding required, it says prorated for 2024, so I believe that was just a simple typo.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I will move to defer it to round 2 budget.
Thank you. I've got a seconder for that. Directors, any other questions? This is voting all directors, as it's general government. I will call the question then. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. Item number 2 on page 636, How Sound Community Forum hosting. This is 4,500 from taxation E and F, as the Area F Director is not currently with us, and Director Wynne appears to have had some technical challenges. I will turn to Director McMahon.
Having previously discussed this with Area F, very happy to move that this be incorporated into round 2.
Thank you, and I have my other participant missing, so this becomes a single service participant. Voting is all directors. So I will accept the seconding from Director Bax. Any other questions or comments from directors?
I was,
Director Bax.
yeah, sorry, I was happy to attend the last House Sound Community Forum, and I found it a really interesting and useful meeting of the electeds. And I know that if the hosting of this will create a bit of a small, maybe one-day economic impact for our community, and I do look forward to seeing this event hosted here.
Thank you. I will call the question, voting all directors, all those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 3 on page 637, Corporate Work Plan. This is $40,000 funded from operating reserve. Director Bax.
I move to approve it and incorporate it into the 2024 budget.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? Seconded. Directors, any discussion or questions? Director McMahon?
How is this plan different from the work plan that we do every year?
I guess the main difference would be, we've never had as an organization, we have plenty of plans, service plans, lots of plans. We've got the board strategic plan, but we've never made a direct linkage between the board strategic plan and priorities and the corporation's plan and priorities and how those mesh up. And that corporate plan is really the guiding document that would be how we do both our day-to-day operations, but also how we forward the strategic priorities of the board. It can't be done in-house. We've proven that we're too big an organization not to have a plan that guides us like this, but too small an organization to do it off the corner of anyone's desk. So we've been talking about the importance of doing this for a long time. We haven't been able to do it internally, and that's why we've proposed it to get some help from a consultant.
Thank you. Director Gabius?
Thank you, Chair, and through you. So am I to understand that this would be like a complement to the strategic plan? So like it would be a 4-year, kind of would have the same kind of length as the strategic plan? Or is it something that needs to be done more regularly, or?
I didn't expect that follow-up question. That remains to be seen. It would be closely tied to the board's strategic plan. The RFP hasn't been built yet because it hasn't been approved, but I hadn't thought of it from the terms of marrying it exactly in terms of timeline to the board's strategic plan, but that'll probably be something that, if it's not part of the project, it will become part of the project.
Thank you. Director White?
I'm concerned about implementing this and effectively implementing it in terms of capacity of consultants. I've dabbled in a little bit of small-time local government consulting, but even people with a lot of experience and expertise, like I'm concerned that something like this would require so much staff time in immersing an external consultant in our operations and unique operations and work plans and departments, that it might take more time, staff time doing that than it would just to do it internally. That's my biggest yellow flag of concern of this, and I'm just wondering if that's something staff is grappling with as well or has when this proposal was put together.
Thank you for that. CAO? I guess
what I'd say is it's not like we haven't tried to get there before internally. We haven't been able to. We've taken a few stabs at it. We just haven't been able to get it all the way there. What we envision, or I envision at least when I preliminarily scoped this, was a similar amount of effort plus about 25% more that went into the strategic plan process that we just did, which came up on the backs of some pre-work that was done in the planning department around taking a look at our organization, where some of the bottlenecks and some of the things were. So I think that there's some synergies with moving forward with this now, coming closely on the heels of the board's strategic plan, and I feel like there's a real opportunity to seize on the momentum of that work, and I don't want to necessarily grind it all to a halt and then try to restart it again. It seems like this might be the best opportunity we've had to successfully get this thing to the finish line.
Director Bax?
Yeah, I don't see this being something that we should put on the backs of our staff. I think a more outside bird's eye view of the organization is what's called for in this type of thing, and I look forward to seeing the results of what a consultant can come up with for us.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
I agree about the timing being kind of strategic, and I can think of at least one consultant who may become available at the end of this year. And I also note that we have a very healthy reserve here, so we can afford it. So I would like to move that this be approved and incorporated.
Thank you. And already had it on the floor. I apparently lost track of where we are in our motions. That's okay. It's already on the floor. To approve and incorporate. Thank you. All right. In that case, I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. It's been a long 2 days. All right. Page 638. Number 4, organizational review, phase 2 implementation, $75,000 funded from operating reserve. And CAO, I wonder if I could just invite you to give a little more of an overview of what this phase 2 implementation looks like.
Happy to, and just to start with, based on the proposal yesterday from Infrastructure Services and the proposal today from Recreation in terms of service reviews, I would see there being the potential for some synergies, potentially overlap between those and this. So my recommendation, if it's going to move forward, is that it would be deferred to round 2. So we have an ability to further scope it. I'd also like to see it be informed. I was taking a bit of a guess that coming out of our organizational review round 1, the interviews finished last week, and we're working on getting the consultant to provide you with a report and findings early in January, in time to be informative to assist you with round 2 deliberations. It was always going to be that whatever these recommendations were, there was going to be opportunities pointed out where we needed to take deeper dives into various departments and divisions to sort of further that work. And this is sort of envisioned as being some implementation items around that. I think the scope may change a little bit based on the recommendations that come back on those other 2 proposals. But really what we're trying to do is just like moving from the board strategic plan to the corporate plan is not just do a one and done. We're trying to take the momentum we're getting out of these recommendations and doing further work on their implementation. I don't want that review to just become what we used to call a strategic plan on the shelf. There's going to be steps required and costs incurred to actually implement the recommendations that we all agree to proceed with.
Thank you for that. Director Bax, then Director White.
I was going to propose that we refer this to the 2024 budget, the organizational review phase 2 implementation.
Round 2?
Round 2, so, sorry.
Round 2?
What did I
Okay.
say?
Okay, do I have a seconder for that? Thank you, I've got a seconder. Director White.
I just want to note or express the hope that in this deeper dive, perhaps the board could be a little more engaged in this review. I understand from the chair that the chair was interviewed and he shared his position on our behalf, which I think was perfect. From what I heard on our community for years going, it seems to be in the foreseeable future now, is the reality we've been looking at the last couple of years, and how do we reconcile that with the organizational needs and the major challenges that all local governments are facing in keeping up services in these times. So I think it's important that we all have an opportunity to talk to or have some input into this organizational review in the second phase.
Thank you. Director McMahon.
I entirely agree. I would, yes, as part of having a broader picture of what's going on. I mean, every department that exists is obviously going to want to keep existing. And we are the ones who are stuck paying for a very large organization that has kind of grown like Topsy. So we would like to be involved, whether that needs a motion at a separate meeting or not. Thank you.
I suspect it would be a good conversation when we see the preliminary results of phase 1. So we do have a motion on the floor. I do remember that, and that's to refer this to round 2. So I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 5, base budget lift, training and development. Director Bax.
Is this going to pay for more lunch and learns?
Would you like more lunch, Director Bax?
More lunch and learns. The learning part's important. Is there any more details as to what this training is?
I will try and rephrase your question to ask, I think what Director Bax asked was if the CAO could provide some clarity on what the board governance-related training and development sessions might be and what they might be envisioned as.
Thank you, Mr. Chair.
So with respect to the board governance training possibilities, they can be, this wouldn't cover lunch and learns typically. So this would be things like when you're bringing in a consultant to work on governance issues, or, almost similar to any other educational or training or coaching session. So that $2,500 that's in there is specifically to do training opportunities for the board related to governance, related to working together. It can be any number of things. And the other increase was just recognizing that we've got 12.8 FTE within the department and division, and there was only $4,000 a year for training. So this is just trying to bring it up to provide a few more opportunities for staff training. We are purposely trying to use succession as a way to build capacity within the organization, and that amount of money wasn't sufficient to provide meaningful training for that amount of staff.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I support this. We're in times of unprecedented challenges in terms of governance and public debate. So at least from the board standpoint, I think that we could use some professional development. This kind of has an overlap with conferences. I just note it seems to be a separate pot, but never mind. Let us get on with it. So I'm going to vote to approve and include in round 2.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for this. Director White?
Yeah, I'm just going to say, I think we need to first carve out the time to talk about governance at all. And I think internally we can do a lot of that, and we have we can have a lot of excellent conversations, like as we have had in our strategic planning, that could really move things forward with the capacity of our strong board and strong staff. So I mean, I can see targeting some, and perhaps as things move forward, we will identify some areas of really specific training we need. But I'd like to just get started having regular governance conversations and maybe move towards this in the next year.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And opposed? Directors White and myself. Motion's carried. Oh, and Director Wynn, thank you. Apologize. Not having you here in the room, I will do my best to try and catch you. But,
Thank you.
all right. And with that, we're going to move on to Annex QQ, which is Round 1 budget proposal for asset management and information services. First up, on 641, on page 641, item number 1, we have CityWorks process and configuration review, expansion to mobile applications. 35,000 funded from operating reserves and support services. And directors, any questions? I was going to ask a question about how this applies across the organization, but the very bottom of page 641 mentions water and wastewater divisions primarily, but to rolling the software out to other divisions. I just wonder if I could invite you to speak to the rollout to other divisions, what that might look like.
Thank you, Chair. So this budget proposal seeks to provide a comprehensive training series to the staff that are using and administrating CityWorks, as well as to the IT staff that do the back-end work. Having this training will provide us with a updated documentation as well on the software. And as we roll it out to other divisions, it will put us in a better position to provide that service.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I know that this is half funded from operating reserves, and the other half is that from internal recoveries, support services? Is that what we're looking at?
CFO?
Yes, thank you, Chair. So this would be part of the funding model that was changed as part of the support service policy that was done yesterday to align CityWorks with the benefiting services, which is essentially the utility services. So that's where it would be recovered through that model. So water utilities and the wastewater services would pay for the 17,500.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Curiosity question. It's going to be mobile. How do we do the entry mobile? Is that through a cell phone, or are we going to be buying PCs for everybody?
Thank you for the question. So there will be, the mobile applications for CityWorks work on cell phones, tablets, that sort of device. So it provides the field staff with the ability to enter information into the system, make edits, track their work, but also ideally pull information where they need it. So this creates a more efficient field staff member who is able to, if there's uncertainty or something they're not prepared for, reference that in the field as opposed to return to the office for that information.
Director McMahon?
Yeah, it's been a good system to improve the efficiency of utility staff. So I'm happy to move this to be incorporated in round 2. Approved and incorporated.
Approved and
in round 2.
incorporated. Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Director Gavias?
Thank you, Chair. Just a clarification question. So do I understand correctly, this $35,000 would be put towards a consultant? So we already have the software and now it's just more of an implementation and expansion? Is that correct?
Yeah, thank you for the question. So that's correct. This is, CityWorks is a pretty specific software suite. So their vendor would provide the training services, and we've already had some conversations with them about scoping out the training and the different sort of programs they'll deliver with this money. It'll also entail a review of the configuration on the server side, and to improve any efficiencies since we installed and configured it originally in 2017. There have been some updates to the way the software works, and there's potential improvements we can find there as well.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question on the motion to approve and incorporate. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of Annex QQ. And thank you to managers. Moving on to Annex RR, which is Round 1 Budget Proposal 112-113, Financial Services. So item number 1 on page 643 is utility billing program resources, 2.3 FTE increase. Being FTE, I believe that this is probably best to be forwarded to round 2. Directors, any questions or motion to refer it to round 2? Director Bax?
I prefer that we refer it to 2024 budget round 2.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I do. Thank you. Any other questions? This will be voting all directors. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. So number 2, budget software on page 645. That's $250,000 from operating reserves. CFO?
It's a refer to round 2 as well. We're recommending as it has a staffing component associated with it. But most certainly, we look forward to having the discussion on how to improve this process for you.
Director Bax?
Can this be replaced with AI? This is a hell of a lot of money.
Stop. We could be replaced with AI.
Yeah, I
perhaps,
know,
yes.
sure.
Director Bax, would you like to refer this to round 2?
Yeah, sure.
Thank you. I've got a seconder for that.
A lot of money.
Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. And that takes us to the end of Annex RR. Thank you to our finance team. Moving on to Annex SS. This is Round 1 Budget Proposal for Human Resources. Item number 1 on page 647 is human resources capacity, 1.0 FTE. Being FTE related, I assume this should be referred to round 2 at this time. Director McMahon.
What a good idea. Let's refer this to round 2.
And I have a seconder for that. Thank you. And this is voting all directors. Any other questions, comments, discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Parker. Moving on to Annex TT, Budget Proposal 116 for Purchasing and Risk Management. And we have item number 1 on page 649, Statement of Values, Asset Appraisal for Insurance Requirements. So this is $50,000 from operating reserves. Directors, any questions? And I note here that on top of the one-time ask of $50,000 from operating reserves, there is also a base budget increase to establish a contribution going forward. Yeah. Director Lee?
I gotta ask, what the heck is a statement of values?
Thank you.
Thank you for the question. A statement of values is where we itemize our property that is insured. So that's what the insurance company bases how we're covered and what we're covered for. So it's just a listing of our assets and the value of the asset.
Director Lee?
And that would cover replacement and those type of items under our insurance.
Do we have to update that every year then?
It's rolling. I think it's got to be updated every 4 years or?
Thank you for the question. We do update it every year, but we're not required to do the appraisal every year. We just increase it on a base amount that we discuss with our insurance people.
Thank you. District of Sechelt is also looking at this for the sort of first time needing to start doing this work. Director McMahon.
So we do updates every year, but we do a deep dive how often?
Thank you for the question. Every 3 years.
Okay. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. Trying to figure out what we're buying here, is this like staff time? Like, is the consultant? I'm having a hard time figuring it out.
Sorry, didn't work. Thank you for the question. It's a consultant that comes in, so the appraisals are, the appraisals are a certified body of themselves, like they're a certified professional that will come in and do the assessment.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
I admit I'm curious as to what our total insurable value is. I'd like to move that this be approved and move to round 2.
Do I have a seconder? I do have a seconder. Director Wynn, I see your hand up.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. So if I understand this correctly, the assets are evaluated. Are they looked at as to the value of them, and some of the higher value assets are then looked at yearly, or is it a rotational basis and lower value assets are looked at every 3 years? Is that how it's done? You always look at high value, and what determines, if that's the case, what determines what is a high value asset?
Thank you for that.
Thank you. So we would have, it's all our assets that are over our deductible value. And so the insurance underwriters require that we have a certified appraisal come in every few years and do the appraisal. Outside of that, it is just we increase it all. So our insurance company will give us, I don't know, just 6%, whatever, that we add on those alternate years. So it is a requirement from our underwriters to do anything that we insure. So anything that's above our deductible that we would choose to insure.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands up, so I will call the question. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you very much. All right, and that concludes Annex TT. So next up, we have Annex UU, which is Round 1 Budget Proposal 117 for Information Services. And we welcome Manager Nelson back. And first up, we have item number 1 on page 651, Staff Cybersecurity Awareness Program, $20,000 funded from Support Services. Directors, any questions or discussions or recommendations? Director Bax?
This is for training sessions for the staff? Was that basically it? Okay.
That is correct. Manager Nelson, did you want to speak to what sort of training and testing efforts are undertaken, or?
Yeah, it would be to acquire a software and potentially a support provider that would assist us in rolling out a training program that would increase staff's awareness and ability to respond appropriately to cyber threats, social engineering, and phishing attempts that are proven to be one of the higher exposures we face in cybersecurity threat landscape.
Follow up?
Will the board be included in any of this training, seeing as we could possibly be, we're using CRD equipment as well?
Through you, Chair. That hasn't been contemplated at this time, but we are open to discuss it.
Thank you. At least in the district of Sechelt, council is actually included on some of the sessions. So we get the phishing attempts, and when somebody clicks on it, it's recorded who's been clicking on the phishing links, and they report back and emphasize, no, don't go doing this. Director Lee?
I'm kind of curious what SCADA stands for. I couldn't figure it out.
SCADA is the supervisory system that we have on all of the infrastructure, water, wastewater, telemetry.
Oh.
We approved a $500,000 request yesterday.
We did,
for
yeah.
SCADA upgrades.
I never thought that it was hooked to the net, but of course it is, so we have to make sure they don't help us do water. Okay, got it.
Thank you. Any other questions, directors? No? No. Would somebody like to make a motion for me? Director Bax?
I move that we approve it and incorporate it into the budget.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. I don't see any other hands up. This is going to be voting all directors. All those in favor? And that's carried. Thank you. Item number 2 on page 652, vehicle replacement. $65,000 from capital reserves. Yeah, somebody's got a microphone on because we're getting a little bit of echo. Director Bax?
I move that we approve this and incorporate it into the 2024 budget.
And I've got a seconder for that. Director McMahon, I saw your hand up. Was that for, okay, you're okay? Okay, 20 years is a decent service life for a corporate vehicle. So I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you, that's carried. And also on page 652, item number 3, conversion to MS Teams phone. $143,000 funded through a combination of operating and capital reserves. And it does have a $10,000 reduction in expenses identified within the bottom of page 652. Director McMahon?
What is MS Teams phone? And does it work better than MS Teams meeting software?
Manager Nelson?
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. Yes, MS Teams phone is a replacement product that Microsoft offers that is fully integrated with our existing Microsoft 365 stack that we use currently. It will entirely replace our old aging CS1000 Nortel switch that we use for our phone system in-house at all of our facilities currently.
believe this also offers, because it's software-based, it also offers staff greater capabilities if they're off-site, either working remote or working from home, things of that nature. Director Bax?
This is a subscription-based software as well?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so.
Directors, any other questions? Would somebody like to make a motion then? Director McMahon.
Sure, I move that this be approved and incorporated in round 2.
Thank you, and I've got a seconder for that. Directors, any other discussion? Director Bax?
I just wonder what the impact of saying no to this would be. I guess it would be, we would limp along with our old telephone system.
Manager Nelson?
Yes, we're already limping. Last year, we had several outages with it, and we were able to source a gentleman in Ontario that still had the skill set to be able to maintain it and apply patches for us. After a fourth nail-biting attempt, we succeeded. So for now, it's stable.
Thank you. Director Lee?
Thank you, Chair. I'm curious what the hardware will look like on the desk. Is there hardware on the desk, or what is the end terminal?
Manager Nelson?
Thank you for the question, through you, Chair. It will be a combination, but it'll be greatly reduced number of desk sets won't be required because we'll mostly use soft phones. And so that will, there'll be certain places where a desk phone is required, such as reception and other areas like that, high customer contact points. But for the most part, we're moving to soft phones, and it's going to be fully integrated with our Microsoft Teams. The whole concept of converged collaboration project, which we've launched as well, gives people the ability to access telephony and text and emails all in one space.
Thank you. Director Gabias?
Thanks, Chair. I would like to hear a little bit more about this reduction in expenses. Is this like, all in all, it's going to be a cheaper way to do it?
Manager Nelson?
Yes, there will be a reduction because we don't need as many PRI, which are the physical connections that we have currently from TELUS to our physical switch here. And so we'll be able to reduce those, and there'll be an ongoing cost for us to access what is called Operator Connect, which provides us access to the broader telephone network for long distance calling and things like that.
Thank you. This is actually another project that the District of Sechelt has already also undertaken, and the feedback from staff has been overwhelmingly positive so far. So this is a good step for the organization. With that being said, I see no other hands up. I will call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. And item number 4 on 653, conversion of records to MS SharePoint. $80,000 funded from operating reserves. I just wanted some clarity. This one's shaded a different color, and I must have missed something. Why is this one blue and not green?
No, it's discretionary.
Yeah.
Thank you. Thank you. It's discretionary. And of course, if you've got a printed agenda, they're all gray. So,
All great.
directors, any questions? Or motions? Director McMahon?
Do I remember that this has some implications for the website in terms of accessing documents, or am I blithering?
Manager, corporate officer.
If I may. So this actually is about migrating all of SCRD's records from our existing on-premises software into a cloud-based service, SharePoint. So this budget proposal will facilitate the migration of those records from one system to another.
Just before I go to Director Lee, noticing an annual savings of $75,000 in support fees to maintain the old software solution. And the $80,000 that's being proposed here is a one-time cost, I assume. So then, do we know yet what we would be looking at for an ongoing licensing cost? Manager Nelson?
Thank you, Chair. Yes, we actually are already paying for this software as part of our Microsoft 365 licensing. So it comes with SharePoint, which is Microsoft's integrated electronic document and records management solution. And we would be saving the maintenance fees and the support fees that we're currently paying on our existing old content server solution.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I'm just trying to relate it to old technology. So typically companies have one database of all records, and then they allow access to certain other systems by security. Would this be equivalent of a centralized database for all our electronic records? And it would be used by all other applications, such as a website or whatever we needed? Am I anywhere close?
Manager Nelson?
Yes, that is correct.
Thank you. Director McMahon?
Yes, I'd like to move to approve and incorporate in round 2 budget.
Thank you. And I have a seconder for that. Okay, I don't see any other hands up. Last chance. All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you. And that takes us to the end of Annex UU. So now we're on to Annex VV, which is Round 1 Proposal 506 Geographic Information Systems and 510 Civic Addressing. And on page 655, we've got item number 1, which is mapping orthophoto refresh, and $75,000 funded from operating reserves, with a request going to the other municipalities to cost share this work, because the municipalities utilize orthophoto imagery as well. I have a question, which I think Director White is also working through, in that because it's regional, or it's an all-participant, is this an all-participant service? Because it's voting all directors, and so are the municipalities paying twice? CFO?
So the function for property information mapping was part of the support service allocation changes that we made. So it's based on sort of a complex funding model based on different systems that they maintain. So it's not a one-to-one relation. Civic addressing is a regional service though, but it is not 100% funded through taxation. It's a lot of it is subsidized through user fees. So it's a user pay type of model, so. I think there's actually no taxation for it, so.
Okay.
When you think of like, am I paying twice? Not really.
Oh, really? Okay, because it's mostly user pay funded. Okay. Yes. Director McMahon.
Clearly, we need to do this. When we have things like this that are every 3 years, but we know that we're going to need them every 3 years, do they not get built into the budget rather than coming as budget proposals new? If you see what I mean?
CFO?
Yeah, I think we would like to contemplate that. I think one of the things is, I think this was more costly last time. And we are not, I don't think we were particularly funding enough from the contribution from reserves. And we don't always know what we're going to recover from the member municipalities, but we most certainly can make it a 3-year commitment if the board so wishes, so it doesn't come back as a proposal.
Director Bax.
Just a question for clarity. It talks about the function 506 paying $60,000 and function 510 paying $15,000, and then it talks about less $15,000 in the bolded text near the bottom of 656. It says that the annual contribution of 15,000 be deferred for 24 to 26 period. Is that the money that's coming from function 510 making the total $60,000? Or is that another number that we're looking at?
Did you catch that? Because I'm sorry, I
Yeah,
didn't
I
follow
did.
along. Thank you.
I did.
CFO?
I think she
That was,
understood what I was saying.
Math ninja. So on page 657 are some charts related to the reserves. And so it is related to essentially the contribution. We see that there is sufficient reserves in those services. So typically what we're doing is we're contributing $15,000 per year. So what we're saying, and that's almost like a reduction in taxation or support services that we are proposing because there's sufficient reserves to do the next go round. So I think if there is a desire to do what was suggested earlier is to affix this, then I would suggest we come back at round 2 because I don't want to do it on the fly. I want to make sure that we have sufficient funding. But what it would mean is we'd probably reduce the annual funding to make sure it's cyclical every 3 years. We'd still be looking at probably a reduction to the contribution to reserves. So the net impact would probably be less. So that's an option.
So I'm hearing potentially to refer this to round 2. Director McMahon?
Sure, I'll move that we refer this to round 2. This is something I use all the time, by the way, the SCRD mapping. It's a tremendously valuable tool internally and externally. Thank you.
Thank you. And I've got a seconder for that. This is voting all directors. I don't see any other hands up. I'll call the question. All those in favor? Thank you. That's carried. And that concludes Annex VV. Next up, we have Annex WW, which is round 1 budget proposal for corporate security enhancements. Yes, Director Bax?
I recommend that we refer this, that we approve it and incorporate it.
Can I at least introduce the item first?
Oh, certainly.
So on page 658, this is for those who are following along and who may not be in the meeting with us right now. Item number 1 is corporate security assessment and implementation. And Director Bax,
Oh, you're coming back to me.
you would like to move to approve and incorporate?
I'm going to move that the following budget proposal be approved and incorporated into the 2024 round 2 budget. Thank you.
Thank you. Do I have a seconder for that? I don't have Director McMahon, was that a second? Okay, thank you. Director McMahon, I see your hand up.
Yes, I wanted to get it on the floor. So I know in past, CCTV cameras are a little iffy from a privacy standpoint. So I'm not, what is the implication to us in terms of privacy? Like, where can we put these cameras? And without maybe going into exactly where we intend to put them, because that might be a confidential matter.
Security issue.
Yeah. Yes. Can we get just a little more clarity on that?
I believe we had a carry forward proposal that was to look at the privacy implications of CCTV. So I will look to staff. Corporate officer?
So we would be required to complete a privacy impact assessment, and I think at that time we would contemplate those types of things, and there's certain criteria that would be put forward by the Office of the Information and Privacy Commissioner, which we would use to address those concerns.
Okay. Director McMahon, did you have a follow-up to that?
I kind of do, but I'm not sure how far that goes into public meeting areas, because we have had some problems in the past, especially during COVID, I remember that. And CCTV was brought up at that time, I remember. I don't know. I leave it to the chair.
Thank you. Director Bax, I see your hand up.
Well, I do share some of Director McMahon's fears of Big Brother watching. I do understand that, that some of, that security around some of our facilities is very important. I'm particularly interested in that, I see that the fire department halls are included in this list. And they have been particularly vulnerable in the last little while, and I'm looking forward to anything that we can do to increase the security around these facilities that we depend on.
Thank you. Director Lee.
I was curious about, under the funding requirements, it talks about a total project, but then it puts, is that like a shared service after the fact? In other words, someone else budgets it and you cost it back? In other words, contracted services, CCTV for 114 or 615, or it's all over the place. Trying to figure out what that is.
I think that is each function contributing a portion of the $100,000. Each of the functions that are listed here. I'm seeing some head nodding. Director Lee?
It's just a funny label then, because it's not all CCTV. I would have thought it was security or something like that instead, but that's okay. I'm good. Thanks.
Okay. Director Gabias?
Thank you, Chair. I'm wondering why this is coming to us. Like, has there been an uptick? Is there a particular reason why we're contemplating this? Been an uptick in vandalism or theft, or is it best practices? Like, I'm just a bit more context would be helpful.
I think this is a continuation of an already started project, but Manager Crop?
Thank you for the question. Yeah, so we have over the last couple of years have had an increase in vandalism and crime and attempted crime. And this will just help sort of outline those weaknesses so we can address those. As you've seen, we've had some things that have happened recently as well that have escalated a little bit more.
Thank you. Follow-up?
Wonder if this is an appropriate question, but do we have existing CCTV cameras? No, not at the moment?
No.
Okay, never mind then.
Thank you. Okay, we do have a motion on the floor to approve and incorporate. I do remember that. It's the end of the meeting, almost the end of the meeting. I don't see any other hands, so I will call the question. This is voting all directors. All those in favor? Opposed? Director White opposed? And my apologies, Director Wynn, I missed your vote. Were you in favor?
Yes, I was in favor. Slight delay in the video, sorry.
Okay, thank you very much. So that motion is carried. That takes us to the end of the published agenda. We're going to take a 10-minute recess, and then we will return to, I think it was Annex R, which is the carry forwards list. So we'll take just a 10-minute recess. Thank you, everybody, and welcome back to the Finance Committee Round 1 budget for December the 5th, 2023. It's 2:15, and as promised yesterday, we are returning in our agenda package to Annex R, which is, and we're looking specifically at the carry forward list, Attachment A, starting on page 483 of our agenda package. Or if you'd rather work off of the large format carry forward spreadsheets, we can. Just please reference the page number of the spreadsheet item. Directors, this portion is an opportunity for you to flag any projects that you would like information on potential impacts or implications of canceling. We're not going to get the answers today. We're going to compile a list of projects where there could be implication to canceling and where the project has not yet proceeded past a point of no return. It might show $0 having been spent, but there might be tenders out, there might be contracts that have been awarded, things like that, that we can't cancel. So we're going to sort of pull together a list of some items that we would like more information on, if there are any, and then we'll make that as a recommendation that further information come back at round 2. I don't see anybody panicking over at the staff table, so I think we're okay. But that being said, if we do ask about something and it has passed the point of no return, I would invite the senior leadership team to interject on the project's behalf. Director Bax?
Yeah, I use the filtering tools in the spreadsheet to filter out all those that are being paid for through taxation that have $0 spent, and I only came up with 6 projects. And then I refiltered it. So I'm just wondering if we can defer some of these to 2025. Some of the information that I'm looking for is to see if there's, where it shows that nothing's been spent, is there going to be substantial progress on these projects in the coming year? And so I am continually, even now, creating a list.
You should probably stop adding to the
I
list.
don't have it yet.
Okay. Directors, is there anybody who would like to go first with projects that they would like a little more information on? Director McMahon.
I thought I saw Director Gavious wave her hand before me. I have, it's a question, and it's about the Eastbourne groundwater supply expansion, which is on page 11 of 44, sort of in the middle. There's, and I am speaking on behalf of
Director Stanford.
Director Stanford here, but also I'm in, well, we're all in this service. The community is not sold on this well, which is very expensive and will not provide a lot of water and requires a lot of water treatment. And so the question was, can we maybe put the actual well on pause while staff investigate what other options exist other than a well? What would that involve? What impact would that have? How would we go about making that request?
Okay. I will look to GM Rosenboom to see if he wants to say anything about it now. Otherwise, it might be something we have to have more conversation about at a later date.
Just maybe a clarifying question, thank you, Chair, is other options to do what? To achieve what? That's my question.
Questions around can more water be stored? Are there more rainwater capture opportunities? What other options exist other than a well to supplement the current water supply, which is not very good?
And a follow-up question then, to see if we can get the same service level to the residents as currently proposed by a well? Same or similar? Is that, because that is the primary question.
Are we trying to accomplish the same one-for-one replacement of water supply?
And I'm not sure that this is where I miss Director Stanford, but I do know that the residents are concerned and they are calling her and they are saying, we don't want this well. So we need to pause, and if nothing else, I think have a community consultation.
And I see Director Wynn's hand up, so I'm going to go to Director Wynn.
Thank you, Chair. And I was just going to suggest that, and thank you, Director McMahon, for stepping in there with the concerns from Director Sanford. And it is a community that is concerned and with the amount of money to be spent and whether it will serve their long-term needs for water supply, given continuing drought conditions and climate change, et cetera. So I think that the best approach would be community consultation and see if they're concerned about it, then what are options that they might consider to bring forward to as suggestions, and just have that conversation with them before we move too much further forward on another well and storage and the more traditional ways. There may be untraditional ways. There may be, well, throw it out there, saltwater treatment. I don't know. You know, they're an island. They got lots of water around them. So, so let's take it to the community and see what comes from them. Thank you.
Thank you. Director Mann, did you want to say anything further, or?
Do we need to give any specific direction at this point? What is our next step here?
Jim Rosenboom?
Thank you, Chair. I think from this conversation, I have enough information to provide some information at round 2 on this project in support of a board decision at that time.
Thank you.
Okay, so are we putting this on the agenda for round 2? Is that the next step, or how are we?
Yeah, we're going to build a bit of a collaborative list here. We're not going to vote on anything just yet. We'll build this collaborative list to make sure that we're not treading into waters we shouldn't with any of these items. Once we have a list, once staff are clear on what information we're looking for, then we'll make a formal recommendation, and then these will come back at round 2 with further information as we've discussed. Okay? Director Bax.
Yeah, line 74 talks about the...
Sorry, Director Bax, we don't have line numbers on our pages.
Sorry, okay. The Regional Solid Waste Future Solid Waste Disposal Options Study Phase 2 is a project that is a carry forward from 2021. It's a $150,000 project that has $3,981 spent on it. And I was wondering if it can be put off. I'd like to, it says that it has not been started. I'm sorry if I can't give you any more information on that. It's Manager Sol, function 350. I don't know on which page of the carry forwards on the paper copy it is on, so.
What is the title?
What was the title again, Director Bax?
The title is Regional Solid Waste Future Solid Waste Disposal Option Study, Phase 2.
Okay, I would like a clarification question from you, Director Bax, just before I go to staff.
Sure.
Is, thank you, Director White. What would be the value in putting the project off a year?
Well,
Like, the idea that we're looking at here is whether we should be canceling projects on this list.
If we cancel it, we may come up with, there are other projects in the works for our landfill that may answer this question. We can always bring it back if we don't, and if we do, if we cancel it, then can we return money to the taxpayer in the way of offsetting the tax increases that we're going to be proposing? This problem may be solved in a year's time, like not solved, but this may not be a necessary.
Might be redundant.
It might be a redundant study. And I don't think, it having not been started, I don't think it's going to be facing a great deal of progress this year.
Page 6. This one here?
Yes.
It's the bottom of page 6 of the spreadsheets, I believe. Yep, apparently.
Future waste disposal options analysis study? Is that what you're looking at?
Phases 1 and 2? Okay.
Bottom of page 6 on the pink sheet.
The description says the development of preliminary design cost estimates and advance the confirmation of the feasibility of a new landfill and transfer station.
Yeah, that's right. That's the bottom of page 6 of 44 of the spreadsheets that start with the pink.
From the
carried forwards.
2021 budget year.
Yes.
Okay.
I believe we're due an update on solid waste.
I
soon.
propose it be
GM Rosenboom?
canceled.
Thank you, Chair. There will be two things. There are several phases of this project. There is one phase that has not really been started. On the other phase, there will be a presentation to the board at the January 25th meeting. Delaying or canceling this project for 2024 might put the SRD at risk of not having waste disposal option, because it could even, at some point in the future, it could easily take 5 to 10 years to develop a transfer station or a new landfill, easily. So even though the relocation of the contact water pond to, that is proposed for next year, could extend the lifespan until 2030, I would not recommend to cancel the progress on any work here. If we have to develop a transfer station, that's will be one of the larger capital projects that the SRD has ever undertaken, let's put it that way.
And nothing
So
fast.
it's not something that we can wait on.
There's nothing fast happens in landfills.
Yes, I understand, but if staff has any recommendations on what we could cancel, that would be helpful.
Not this, as I believe the recommendation we just heard. Director Lee?
Different subject, but it's top of page 9 of 44, and it's about the Dogwood Reservoir. There's 108,000 of gas tax earmarked against this. I was wondering how this will fit in with the proposed connection between North and South Pender and the hydraulic study that is just completing. In other words, if we need it, it's good, we'll do her like she is, but if it's not, we can use the 108,000 for this year to reduce taxes and resurrect it against in 2024. So There's probably, I just wondering if if we're far enough along to discuss this yet. That actually was my question.
Thank you, Chair. This project has not been started yet because in order for it to complete, we needed the water modeling to be complete. The water model is currently being finalized. So this is a project that we could start next year, but I'll make sure that I can provide further information on that as part of round 2 if desired.
Sounds like you're pretty sure we're going to do it though next year, so.
Did you want more information to come forward at round 2, Director Lee?
Yes, that would be good. Thank you.
Perfect. I am also, okay. Directors, any other? Director Bax?
Again, I'm filtering using the tools through the budget project status report that I've been given. And
If you can give us the function number at least.
the function number 650, GM Gagnon. There's a $300,000 project that appears on line 51 in my.
What's the title of it?
It's titled Community Parks Building Replacement Upgrade. It says, the description is.
All right, I'll cut you off there. You've already got your wish. We've canceled that project already.
Oh.
Good work, Kelly. Well done, Director Bax.
Yeah, thank you.
Okay. Director McMahon? Maybe? No? Weren't reaching for your hand up?
No, but I had a slightly off-topic question.
I don't see any other hands, so you might as well ask it.
About the famous lower road bulge, which keeps coming and coming and coming, and we never get there. Is there any hope of this? Which?
No, carry on, sorry.
It's being paid by my gas tax money.
Sorry, Director McMahon, I missed the actual question about the lower road bulge.
Yeah, well, might it ever get fixed?
GM Gagnon?
Thank you through the chair. So what I believe you're asking for is an update on the Lower Road retaining wall project. So similar to what was in the last budget project status update, we are actively working with MODI on the design for that. There is some conversation going on around a culvert study that MODI might undertake in that area, which may be contributing to this issue in the long run. So we are working with MODI around the possibility of doing that culvert study and possibly a temporary fix or a temporary support that can be put on the wall until the culvert study is done. At the end of the day, we have to do something, and whether it's temporary or permanent is what we're trying to work through right now, because if the culvert is contributing to the instability of the ground underneath the bridge and the retaining wall, then the long-term fix might have to be fix the culvert, fix the road, which then becomes more of a MODI issue than an SCRD issue. So we are actively working. We know we have to do something. We're just trying to determine whether we can make a temporary measure that can sustain us until the culvert is done. More information will come back to the board, whether it's through the BPSR or through an individual report, to give you an update as soon as we have something that is acceptable to MODI. Thank you.
Thank you. And Director White?
Yeah, I'll ask about page 15 of 44, Regional Planning Mount Elphinstone Watershed Study. I think a lot of this kind of discussion that really moved this forward took place staff to staff in working on the watershed agreement, I think, for the 560 part especially. I know there's some interest in looking at the Langdale area aquifer as well, but Mount Elphinstone's mentioned here. It's mostly Mount Elphinstone. I'm wondering if this could just be, I mean, it seems logical just to integrate this, especially in the context of the water agreement now existing, into our water summits and not needing a special budgeted, and if the budget's for a consultant, I certainly don't think we need that.
Thank you. GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. So staff would be happy to bring more information about the possibility of canceling this or otherwise integrating the project with other work. Through you to Director White, the context has changed and evolved on this project since it was initially proposed, and it was paused for a while the water agreement with Gibson's was prepared. But I would want to consult with staff at the town as part of bringing back more information. Happy to do so. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Bax, I had seen your hand.
Yeah, I had a follow-up for Jim Gagnon on the bulge. I was wondering if she was working closely with the area representative that we have in the office in Seashelt.
You talking about working with Modi?
Yeah.
I believe that staff are working with Modi on that. That's what we heard.
I was wondering if anybody who knows the identity of the person in the office at Seashelt?
Happy to follow up offline about that.
Thank
It's
you.
not really relevant to the project and whether it's
No,
been
but
canceled.
it's relevant.
Thank you. I had one, which unfortunately I can't find in the pink sheets, but looking at the attachment A, it's the 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, sixth one on the list, which was COVID-19 field road space planning. And I'm wondering if where we are at in terms of completing our space planning and whether we've got more work that we're trying to do under the auspices of COVID-19 or if we're pulling back from that. And it's apparently it's on page 21. Thank you. CFO?
Yeah, I think that's one where we're actively still working and expensing things up till the end of year end. So that's one we were going to address as part of the final carry forward.
Okay, thank you. Directors, any others? Director McMahon?
No, I think I've exhausted my enthusiasm.
It's been a long 2 days. I understand. Director Lee? Okay. You're done? Okay. Director Gabias? It's been a long 2 days. I get it. I've got one. Tara will probably tell me on what page it's on. Emergency repair for water main at Seashelt Airport. As far as I was aware, the regional district's portion of the work is done up there. GM Rosenboom?
Thank you, thank you. That is indeed correct. There might be some outstanding items there, so this is, I'll look into this if there's indeed any outstanding items there that require this budget to be transferred into 2024. Thank you.
Okay, but probably gonna fall off but with part of year end. Thank you. And Director Bax, working my way down the table.
Yeah, I know. I'm still looking at things that would possibly be able to take off the books, but there's very little that hasn't already got some RFQ or something happening. I'm still looking.
Thank you. Director White, did you have anything further at this time? Okay. Director Inkster?
Maybe emerge manage, long-term planning, emergency management, 222s, long-term planning.
Do you want to use your microphone so everybody else can hear you?
Yeah.
Sure, just looking at emergency management, just to get more information, page 3 on the pink sheets, the last 222s, just to get more information on those two. Some of them may have already started. Q4 223.
So you're looking at the extreme heat planning grant
Yeah,
and the Fire Smart
Yeah.
community funding and support.
yeah. Just more information. What do we do? Do we have funding in place? Will we get, what if we don't get grants, et cetera, going forward? It just needs to be an ongoing program now if possible, so. More information. Thanks.
That's more information you'd like brought forward at
Yeah.
round 2?
Yeah, please.
Okay.
Yeah. Just, we need to be preparing for climate emergencies, so.
Actually, you've jogged my memory now that I'm looking at 222. The one immediately above that on page 3, which is the HRVA update, the hazard risk assessment. Says here that the contract's been awarded with work to begin early in Q4 2023. Just looking for confirmation that that work has started or will be starting imminently, and when we would expect to see an update. GM Hall?
Thank you, Chair. That project has been initiated. KPMG is the selected contractor. We were able to, it's a rare, we were able to award that one within the budget provided by the grant. And the next scheduled project update would be on the next budget project status report, which I think will occur before we get a full-blown project report, middle of next year. Thanks.
Thank you. Director Lee?
I note both of the projects that were just mentioned are being performed under a grant. So there wouldn't be any actual impact on our budget because we can't reallocate that money. So the project would just stop without any monetary benefit to us, except maybe some staffing. Anyways,
Yep.
so are we going to get a report on them on round 2 then? Is that,
Sorry,
are we proposing to get a report back on these two, on what possible savings there would be by canceling them at round 2?
I don't think that's what we're looking for with the extreme heat or the Fire Smart. It's more how these programs are going to be potentially moving forward. What implications might look like if we don't get grant funding for at least the Fire Smart program. Yeah, are we relying excessively on granting programs that may or may not continue? GM Hall?
Thanks, Chair. I don't want to take the committee off the thread here, but if it helps to bring these to resolution, the extreme heat project is 100% grant funded. It has been initiated. A consultant is on board, and that one we expect to conclude within 2024. I can't recall the quarter exactly at the moment. I'm sorry. And the other, the Fire Smart program is fully established. We've got staff hired, 100% grant funded, and we are in process of making application for further grants. And there are aspects of the program, including having staff hired, that enable access to further grants. And so in the medium term, there appears to be a path using grants to sustain the service level that's been established. And staff have, SCRD has always been really careful to communicate to the community that the program exists by virtue of grants, and that that any future decision about sustaining it outside of grants would need to occur at this committee. Thanks.
Thank you. So with all that in mind, Director Inkster, is there any part of that that you would see benefit to seeing at round 2? Further information on?
That's good information. It crosses it off. We don't need to use that time. Although I'll be talking about it a lot next year, those kinds of things. So thanks for clarifying some of it. It's just really important climate change stuff, so thanks.
Thank you. Director Wynn, I don't know if there was anything further that Director Stanfield had flagged for you or that you've caught?
Thank you, Chair. No, other than the Eastbourne water, Director Stamford and I didn't have opportunity to discuss any of the other carry forwards. Hopefully that if something does pop up, she may get an opportunity at a later date to voice concern about it. But anyway, nothing further. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Director Gabias?
Oh, I don't know what page it's on. It is the landfill aggregates that we approved last year. And I'm wondering how that fits in with the recent contract that was awarded. We did see something about, sorry, it's just coming to my mind right now. It was maybe like a few months ago we approved gravel for the landfill, aggregate for the landfill. So I'm wondering if there's an opportunity here.
I don't see it within my. Oh, okay. May have fallen off then, because it's not part of the, I'm not finding it as part of the pink sheets for the budget meeting. But I'm pretty sure that that funding that was being held over was for that exact contract. So, yeah. Okay. I think I'd like to bring this to a conclusion. I'm not seeing anybody jumping up and down. At this time, we really only have 3 items that we've come up with, which is the Eastbourne Well Project, the Dogwood Reservoir, and the Mount Elphinstone Watershed Study. And I think staff got the information they needed from our conversation. I don't see anybody jumping up and down to add anything else to that list. So I would like a motion that further information on these 3 projects be provided at round 2, as discussed. Moved and seconded. Director Inkster, moving?
Yep.
Okay. And all those in favor? Okay, that's carried. Thank you. So that's the end of Annex R. That's the end of our regularly scheduled agenda programming. There has been some conversation during the breaks over the last 2 days about wanting to know more information about the Growing Community Fund and what we might be able to use it for. I don't know if this is rural directors only or all directors, but I wonder if somebody would like to move that we receive a staff report in January on potential uses for the Growing Community Fund with regards to eligibility of 2024 projects.
I can second that, right?
Moved and seconded?
Yeah.
Okay. Any other discussion on the motion? All those in favor? That's carried. Thank you very much. That takes us to the end of our agenda. Director's reports. No, I'm kidding. Can I have a motion to adjourn? Moved, seconded. All those in favor?
Yes.
And we're adjourned.
Silas okay with that, direct?
Thank you. Thank you, everybody. I don't see anybody online, so that's that.